Good morning. The December 15th, 2021 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the Department of Education. Ask that you please silence any electronic device. We will ask today that as you're coming to the microphone that you be sure and introduce yourself for our record, and that you continue to speak into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and our viewing audience. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. So thank you all for being here today. Ms. James, will you come to the podium and review our procedures for today?
James with the department. So each school that has presented a renewal application will have 20 minutes to make a presentation. However, before, we will need Ms. Kaufman to swear in each person who is speaking on behalf of the school. There is no opposition from any other schools that I'm aware of, so there won't be anybody presenting in opposition.
Thank you so much. Mr. Johnston, if you will present our first agenda item, please.
Good morning, Tim Johnston, DESE Charter Unit. First, we have the Excel Center. The Excel Center is requesting to renew their charter for a period of 5 years. The campus serves adults aged 19 and over, completing grades 9 through 12. Their current enrollment cap is 1,050 students, and the charter will continue to follow an adult education model. Present is Greg Wertenberger. I have a typo. And I will let Greg introduce his team.
Thank you. If you're speaking on behalf of the Excel Center, if you will stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. All right, Mr. Wertenberger, you are first.
Good morning. Do we have our presentation pulled up there? Oh, okay, good. Good deal. Thank you. Thank you.
And if you'll state your name, your title, and everything for the record.
Okay. My name is Greg Wertenberger. I'm the school director of the Excel Center with Goodwill Industries of Arkansas. And I will introduce our CEO and president of Goodwill Industries of Arkansas, Brian Marsh, and then our chief mission officer and our school superintendent for the Excel Center, Marcus Jewett.
Hello, I'm Brian Marsh. I'm the president and CEO of Goodwill Industries of Arkansas. So happy to be here. Advance.
Check the other side and see if the battery's turned.
There we go.
Now we're in business.
In Arkansas, there are over 320,000 adults who do not have a high school diploma. In 2015, Goodwill Industries of Arkansas undertook the challenge of changing legislation to allow individuals over the age of 19 to be educated and earn a high school diploma in the state. In 2017, we opened our first location, and that was for 125 students at our location in Little Rock on Scott Hamilton Drive. In 2019, we increased that enrollment to 350 students through the approval of the commission. And in 2020, we moved into a new school building which would allow for and accommodate that increase in capacity. In 2021, we received SBE approval for expansion to 2 additional locations, and that is pending funding from the state, which we're working on today.
So I know this crew is familiar with our model, and so I just wanted to touch on a couple of highlights there that make us unique. That's one of the things we talk a lot about with our program, is that there is nothing like us in the state of Arkansas. Currently, we do offer adult learners the opportunity to come to school full-time, part-time, work around work schedules. The whole model is designed to remove those barriers that many times were some things that presented that caused them to drop out of high school initially, that are still very much present for them as adults when they are trying to come back in and then complete that high school diploma and industry recognized credentials in order to have a more competitive chance in our workforce. So we do offer free on-site childcare for our students, transportation assistance. The Little Rock Metro bus drops off right in front of our building. But probably the hallmark to our model, one of the most essential elements, is our life coaching model, where every student is assigned an individual life coach who meets with them to navigate through some of the barriers that they have to coming back to school, charting out their goals for what comes next after high school, and then really supporting that learner with whatever needs present themselves. So as you can imagine, we have students who come to us with a variety of learning challenges. We do have all of our classes are taught by expert instructors. All but one of those is a secondary certified teacher. And the one that currently is not certified is in the non-traditional licensure program. So that's something we're really very proud of with our staff. Our staff does include 2 certified special education instructors, and we provide language learning support in kind of a sheltered model with all of our curriculum classes, where people who are learning the English language are able to participate fully in our program as they're preparing for the essential standards and mastery in high school content. So I'm going to turn it over to Marcus Jewett to I'm going to just touch real quickly before I do that on some of the impact that we do see from our students who complete our program. Clearly, I'm not going to go through all of these. This panel got an opportunity to see that information when we were back with you in October. But one of the things I did want to mention about the impact that we look at is this is a snapshot of people who, after they graduate within 6 months, that's a significant milestone for us. But I will say that clearly the impact that we see, the transformation begins long before that graduation day. As part of our life coaching model, when those conversations, when a student first walks in the door, we begin talking about that lack of confidence for many of our students, that they begin to see themselves as not a learner, as not a finisher, as not a college graduate or a high school graduate. In fact, first of one of those top bullet points there indicates for a third of our students, nearly a third of them, they are first-time high school graduates when they finish. So a big part of what we do through life coaching, through our responsive staff, is helping our students see themselves again as learners, see themselves as completers of high school, and then that's why you see of our people who finish, 84% of them have gone on to some kind of higher education after high school, because that belief has been restored, that is something that is for them, and that's something we're very proud of. So one of the charter goals that we had in our first 5 years was that 60% of our graduates would earn an industry recognized credential or concurrent credit along with their high school diploma, because we know how essential that is for our people to be able to move right into that career pathway of choice when they move out, and really to become a part of the solution for the workforce in our state. We did not have graduates those first 2 years. Clearly, it took a little bit of time to get our first set of graduates to look at when our first graduating class was December of 2018. But since that time, we well exceeded our goal of 60% until the impact of COVID. And clearly, that's just one of the metrics that we can see a dramatic impact with the availability of some of our providers that we rely on, including our own academy at Goodwill, had some further challenges and limitations to providing that training and those certification opportunities for our students during that time. So we are concerned about that number, that percentage in 2020-21, but with the return to on-site instruction, with expanding offerings through our Goodwill Academy, then we expect to see that number climb. In fact, this is one of our goals where we are planning to raise and bump that number up for the charter renewal. To talk a little bit more about our academy at Goodwill, I'm going to invite Marcus Jewett, our Chief Mission Officer, to come up and tell you a little bit more about the offerings there.
Thanks, Greg. So I'm Marcus Jewett, Chief Mission Officer at Goodwill Industries of Arkansas, and I serve as the Superintendent of the Excel Center as well. And so this presentation, as Greg alluded to, is very similar to the one you saw a couple months ago. So I get the privilege to talk about 2 new slides on here where we talk about the academy. And so Greg talked about that, what comes next. And so the academy is licensed by the Arkansas State Board of Private Career Education, and it serves as our credentialing and certification arm at Goodwill. And so our target audience for the academy is very similar to the audience at the Excel Center. It's those non-traditional students that are looking to move forward past whatever barriers are in their way. And so this is a way that we kind of talk about as the ABCs of life. So we're looking at getting them a job, a better job, or a career. And so the academy is one way that we're able to move all of these training seekers forward, including those at our Excel Center. And so in order to do so, we have to offer a rigorous expedited training schedule that is low cost or no cost to the participant. And so you've heard about the Goodwill mission is to change lives through education, training, and employment. And so this is, once these folks come to us, they access these trainings, they pass these credentials, we have a team built that is able to place them into jobs, into those industries that they just upskilled for. And so that's part of the core of what Goodwill in Arkansas does. And so while I want to make it clear that the academy is not the same entity as the Excel Center, we feel like we've got something very unique at our Goodwill that other Goodwills that have Excel Centers don't necessarily have, in that our academy and credentialing body is under the same roof as the Excel Center. And so while the trainings are available to the public, and that's talked about the audience of the academy, they are expected for our Excel Center graduates. And so as students are progressing through their English and math and all of their classes at the Excel Center, they get towards that credit attainment goal, Greg and his team walk over to the academy and start engaging in conversations with the team and the student and the life coach and say, okay, what are we going to do next? What comes next for you? And so having that all under the same roof, we're able to wrap around those students. They're taking Excel Center classes enrolled at the academy at the same time. Really a holistic approach to changing the trajectory of that family, because when they leave us, they've got a high school diploma and an industry recognized credential that they can take and obtain not just a job, but either a better job or a career. And so what do we offer at the academy? We focus on really the 6 major industries in our state with the most career and wage growth potentials. And so as you see the list here, but those can be bucketed into advanced manufacturing, healthcare, business and administration, construction, IT, and transportation and logistics. And so when you look at the state of Arkansas and the jobs open and the trends that we're seeing, we feel like this is where we need to be in upskilling folks in those specific industries. And so the range that we offer, some of those can be a 1-day training and others are 20 weeks, like the welding program that we offer at the Excel Center. At the academy. And so as you know, our model and the students that we serve is critical at the Excel Center, preparing them for what comes next. So we feel like bundling the high school diploma with this is our way of attacking the workforce and education opportunities in the state. So I will turn it back over to Greg to talk about more of our outcomes.
All right, so here you see our second goal for the first 5 years of our existing charter, that we wanted to see 60% of our students who were enrolled see a 10-point gain in reading and math on the iReady assessment. We use iReady as an initial diagnostic when students enroll to see where they are, where it's going to be the most appropriate fit for them to enter into our course progression, and where they're going to have the greatest likelihood of being successful. And then we administer that assessment again periodically throughout their experience with us at the Excel Center. And we want to see at least a 10-point gain in math and reading over the course of an academic school year when a student has taken that during multiple points. Again, with we didn't have that diagnostic and that growth measure using it the way we are now until 2018-19. And you can see, we really had to work up to that 60% goal. And we were very, very thrilled in 2021 amidst all of the challenges that we faced that we did see that goal achieved for the first time in the reading assessment and right there in the neighborhood with our math assessment. I think that really does represent the return to in-person instruction that became available through 2020 and 21 with that academic achievement. And so as we're renewing that goal for this coming year, we're looking to keep that metric in place because we're very excited about the progress and the trajectory that we're on. But we want to continue to press forward to get well above that 60% as we move into the next season of our charter. Our third goal for our accountability was that at least half of our students, after they were within 6 months of graduation, would be employed or pursuing further education. You can see this is another metric that we have traditionally been well above that metric. So as we look forward to the next 5 years, we're pushing that forward. We're requesting that that goal be approved for 75%. So 3/4 of our students who graduate within 6 months will be moving on. We expect to be able to be over that. So, being conservative in our goal estimate, we're going to go with that 75% as we're still, dealing with a little bit of impact and ripple effect of a season where we didn't have the kind of in-person instruction and support that we'd like to have, and our students are still kind of catching up a little bit with some of their credentialing. But we plan to up that to 75% of our graduates being employed 6 months after graduation. And then finally, our last goal was that 15% of our average annual enrollment would graduate. Because we have kind of an alternative model, it's a bit of a year-round, 8-week terms, 5 terms throughout the school year. We have students who come on board. They may leave for a term or two. They may come back to us later on this school year. It may be the next school year. So we don't have traditional 4- and 5-year graduation cohorts like most public schools do in the state. So we look at our average enrollment for the school year, and our goal is to have about 15% of that average enrollment be our number of graduates for the school year. You can see how we tracked, again, ahead of that up until 2020-21, and we dropped just below. So we're planning again, initially, to keep that goal the same as we move forward into our next season of our charter. So I've already mentioned these to you, but these are the goals that we are proposing for our renewal. They look very similar to the goals that we've had in the first 5 years, the big difference being really increasing those number of graduates who have an industry recognized credential or concurrent credit. And then again, three-quarters of them being employed or pursuing higher education after graduation, so within 6 months. I'm going to turn it back over to Brian Marsh to talk a little bit more about Goodwill's commitment to the Excel Center and a little bit of plans for us in the next 5 years. So, Brian.
So, as Greg and Marcus have detailed out, this is our operation for the Excel Center. Our board is very supportive of us continuing to operate the Excel Center. We are working diligently with legislators to try and change a funding model so that we are able to expand across the state. With that, we do have plans to expand the academy with the Excel Center so that when we bring these to a community that we bring both the Excel Center and the academy. In some ways, we are looking that we may expand the academy prior to the Excel Center moving into a community. Our vision has always been at least 5 schools in the state. We are still pushing forward towards that vision. Right now, there are 31 Excel Centers in the United States. There are 25 states that are working with the Indianapolis Goodwill Educational Initiatives Group that is the sponsor and the creator of the Excel Center to expand this into 25 additional states. We have, there are 150 Goodwills in North America. We are unique and we're one of 10 Goodwills that encompass all of the state. So our territory is the state of Arkansas. Ohio has 16 Goodwills in Ohio. So when they want to do something like this, they have to get 16 organizations in support. Our organization covers the state. We're blessed with having the whole state as being our territory. We see the need in Arkansas to expand, and our board is committed to it, our staff is committed to it, and we appreciate the fact that this governing body has expanded our charter to 3 schools and has supported us through this. So thank you very much.
All right, so that concludes our portion of the presentation. I think we're probably at time. So now I understand it's our waiver review. Yes? Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. James, if you'll present the waivers.
My name is Whitney James with the department. If you'll bear with me, we have a lot of waivers to go over. The first waiver on our list is advanced placement courses. I did not have any legal comments regarding that. The second waiver request is the ALE. I did not have any legal comments on that one. On the third waiver request, attendance, I believe that there is a typo on this one. The school had listed code section 618.213B, but the correct code section is 618.213A2. Is that what you meant to list on the
Yes, my apologies. I thought that
application?
was corrected in our final application, so just need to pull that up. So I'm not sure which version made it into the board packet. So before I confirm, let me just pull that up and make sure.
Yeah, 68213B is about the reporting. It's not the actual, section regarding, the record of attendance.
Right, so we do, yes, we don't need a waiver for recording of attendance because we do take attendance and record that every day.
Okay, so you're actually asking for 618.213A2?
A2.
Okay, all right. And the fourth waiver request is Board of Directors. I did not have any legal comments on that one. The fifth is Business Manager. They want to continue that one. No legal comments. The sixth is School Counseling. No legal comments. The seventh is Arkansas History. No legal comments. On number 8, that is my mistake. They do not need a waiver of the rules. Those are just for grades 1 through 6. On number 9, I had asked if they needed a waiver of Standard 1A 1.3.8, and they do not because they are still offering the units. They're just looking for the licensure waiver. Okay. And then on Superintendent, I don't have any legal comments. Number 11 is Principal. I don't have any legal comments on that. 12 on evaluations. I did ask that the Excel Center reach out to Ms. Saraceni regarding the tested leads waiver, and I understand that they have reached out to you and spoken with you regarding that.
That is correct.
Okay. Are we agreeable to that waiver?
Yes. We have no worries with that.
Thank you so much. I did.
So that's what you've highlighted in red?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry. I did ask that they reach out to Ms. Saraceni, but I highlighted in red the rules because I would suggest they ask for a waiver of the entire set if they're not going to offer this, because there's at least one section in here they haven't listed that is a shall section, which is number 5. So I would suggest that they ask for a waiver of the whole set.
Okay. So can we make that amendment to our waiver request for that entire section of the rules?
Okay. I'm just going to make a note here so I got right documentation. The 14th waiver is Gifted and Talented. I did not have any legal comments regarding that. The 6th is Grading Scale, and it's my understanding that you wish to rescind that waiver request.
That is true. We use the uniform grading scale that's presented in statute.
If they wish to rescind, I don't have any legal comments on that. School Nurse, they wish to continue that waiver. No legal comments. Library Media Services and Instructional Materials, I don't have any legal comments on that. They wish to, it's my understanding, they wish to rescind the waiver request for admission procedures. And I don't have any legal comments regarding that.
Okay, explain that one to me. So by rescinding that, 620.
623-306. 14B. I believe they were previously asking to waive the lottery,
Right.
and they want to rescind that. Is that correct?
Yes, because if we do have a waiting list situation, that's how we have that described, is what our enrollment process will be, is by lottery. So our process is going to be consistent with what's required. So it's a waiver we really don't need.
Okay. Okay. And then parental involvement, I don't have any legal comments on that. On personnel policies, I just asked that the school list out the full rule name, which I believe they're agreeable to that. Same sections they got listed, 5.01.4, 5.01.5, and 6. And as long as we change the rule name, I don't have any additional comments regarding that waiver. On report cards, which is number 21, I don't have any comments on that because these are adults. We don't need to have a requirement in there that a parent is given yes. On paying unlicensed faculty, number 22, I don't have any legal comments on that. School calendar, I don't know if the panel has any concerns regarding that waiver for the Excel Center.
Because you're always running a cycle, right? You don't really ever start or stop. I mean, you start a new cycle, but
Right. We have like 2-week breaks at Christmas, 2-week break in the summer, a week at spring break that we line up with the public school calendars to especially serve those students of ours who have school age.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So our calendar is adjusted to have some breaks built in that try to line up as much as possible with the public school breaks for Christmas, for spring break, so that our students who are parents can be home with their kids when they're out of school. Our summer break ends up being about 2 weeks instead of 2 months. That's the big difference. So we do start earlier than the other public schools, and we do go later into June than other public schools.
Ms. Kaufman, did that address any concerns that you might have?
I don't think so.
No additional concerns regarding school calendar?
No, because I don't really know how they enter. Do you enter into e-school?
Yes. we
So do you enter as a 12-month?
Yes, I believe that, because that is the one that lines up most closely
Yeah.
with our
Okay.
model. And then we do have 5 grading reporting
Right.
periods every academic year. So there is some of when we turn in like our 4th quarter report, we always add an extra line for our 5th reporting term. But yeah.
Yeah. I think as long as in cycle 7 you're noting yourself as a 12-month school, I don't think, Tripp, can you think of anything? I mean, don't you think that's the solution to that?
Tripp Walter, staff attorney, APSRC, I agree. I don't see any problems.
Yeah, if they're denoting 12-month school calendar in cycle 7, I shouldn't run into any issue that I can think of offhand.
I mean, I don't see any in general, if
Yeah.
there are none, as far as the panel's concerned with DESE and interfacing with DESE on this.
Okay.
Okay. Waiver number 24 is the school lunch program. No legal comments. On 25, teacher licensure and salaries. I don't have any legal comments on that. Instructional structure and clock hours is number 26. No legal comments. attendance records and reports. I don't have any legal comments on that. On delay or early release of school due to emergency circumstances, which is 6/10/126 that we've talked about quite a bit. Again, yesterday we discussed if they have a school calendar waiver, an instructional day waiver. We're not sure if that is needed.
So by putting B there, I think what they're waiving is the limitation to 5 days only,
Right.
which, I mean, makes more sense for your school.
No legal comments on that. On teacher licensure, they just added the standard. This is not actually a separate waiver request, but I don't have any legal comments regarding that because you've got to have that standard. Arkansas history, I did not have any legal comments. Food services, no comments. 32 is fine arts. They don't need the rules. Again, that's my mistake. Number 33 is immunization. And I did ask that the school be ready to give additional rationale for why they need that waiver. It makes sense to me, but I just wanted to let them explain.
Again, one of these situations where we serve all adult learners. Sometimes the learners that come to us have had very limited access to health care. We run into situations pretty frequently where it's maybe not be an access to health care, but it is we had those immunizations so long ago and we've lost the records, and the ability to then track down and provide those records as part of our enrollment process. We want the freedom to be able to continue to enroll, start students in our accelerated terms, and not really be limiting their access because they're not able to provide proof of immunizations. In some cases, some of the students will tell us, I've spoken with my doctor, I've been to the health department, I've told them that I've had the vaccine, but I can't prove it, so the doctor won't administer that again. So those are some of the challenges that we run into by trying to meet that requirement.
The 34th waiver is class size and teaching load. I did not have any legal comments regarding that one. 35, I believe there was a typo and that the school, meant to cite 615-2907A2-4B. I tried to look up what they cited and it's not correct, so.
I think it's supposed to be just A4B.
Okay.
There's an extra one stuck in there.
Okay, so we will just go ahead and change that to A2-4B if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was just A4B. Am I wrong?
I think so.
Okay. Am I wrong again?
I'll double
No, I
check
think
that.
It's A4B.
What's that? Is it A4B?
Yes, it's A4B that you don't have to administer the college and career readiness assessment
To each student.
to each student.
Okay, we'll fix that. The 36 waivers, a new one, board member remote attendance. I did not have any legal comments. 37 non-recurring salary payments, no legal comments from me. 38 is actually duplicative. They've already cited those rules and the standard and previous waiver requests, so we're just going to strike that. 39 is teacher pay. I don't have any legal comments. And 40, board of directors, no legal comments.
Don't leave, Whitney. Do they have a waiver of the 38 required courses, providing all of them at the same time?
No. So we make those 38 available in our course catalog. They're not all taught every term.
Right.
But they're all available to students.
Okay. The reason I was asking, because in SFA it was showing some of them not showing.
My belief on that is that there have been some course code changes that we had not caught yet. So yes, that's something we're working with our registrar to make sure we go back and get cleaned up, to make sure we have the correct course codes entered for all of those in.
That would do it.
Yep, thank you.
And you don't want to do that in mid-semester.
Right.
And,
May I?
yes. Whitney, we had a nurse. Do we have a nurse waiver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's number 16.
16. Gotcha. Okay. And maybe when those course codes clear up, that may clear up some of the teaching flags too, right? Because then they would match.
So I do know we've had, and that standard 41 on teacher license is probably why we got it there twice. That's been one we've had to create tickets for to have manually overridden, because that has shown up, even though we have the associated rule and law, we didn't have the updated standard in there for licensure, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doubly sure you have it.
Right, we're gonna get in there for sure this time.
Mr. Walter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, APSRC. To respond to your question on the 38 units, I think I figure out what's going on. As with other similar models in that dropout recovery and such, it appears that the Excel Center's practice is to regularly offer and teach the 22 units required for graduation. But again, as with other schools such as Premier, Graduate Arkansas, it appears that they're offering the 16 out of the remaining 38 upon request only. So I think it would be cleaner for both sides, if there's no objection from the division, for us to request an additional waiver of standard 1-A.8.1.3, which is the 38 units, which I believe is the waiver that those other schools that I've mentioned held. So they will continue to offer the 16 above the 22 unit graduation requirement upon request, and provide those as the other schools, I'm assuming, provide them if they can't find in-house virtually, but find a way to provide those.
Ms. James, are you agreeable to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I just want to have a confirmation from the Excel Center that the clear understanding is that the 38 would be available upon request or need from a student, that they would not be denied any of those 38 courses.
Correct.
Okay.
I have no additional legal comments.
No additional? All right. Let's start with our questions then. Dr. Williams?
Not really a question, just a comment. And the comment is just around the fact that this overall program and the population that is serving is kind of almost a last chance opportunity for individuals. And I just want to commend them on the work that they're doing. I was thinking about it. They were giving their presentation. What would individuals who are seeking this do if this wasn't available to them? So my only comment is just continue to do great work. I love your goals that you set out, and the acknowledgement of the fact, for one, where the percentage dropped. I used to teach adult reading, so I can appreciate the increase in reading, and was a public school math teacher, so the reading and math are two things that really stand out for me. And I'm glad that you all are also focusing on that as an assessment, because without the reading and the math, you're not going to get very far from there. So, but that's all I have. Not a real question, just a comment.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Dr. Flowers?
Thanks again for your time and your presentation. My question kind of revolves around, excuse me, your attendance. So now that you talk about your flexibility in offering the 5 8-week terms with 32 instructional days, so can you please talk to me a bit about how, given the flexibility options, have there been instances where there are students who maybe are not being able to be supported given that schedule?
One of the bigger challenges that we have is because of that accelerated 8-week model,
Yes.
you know, every day, and that's something we talk to students about from enrollment and then regularly every term, is every day that you miss one of those 90 or in some cases 180-minute class, you are missing a lot of content. We have grown so much. If there is a silver lining over the last year, it really forced our teachers into a way, and administrators and life coaches into totally new territory in terms of trying to maintain connection from both their end and then with our students to support them in their learning on how to navigate through tools like Google Classroom. Being a good corresponder with we didn't have a school email set up for our students prior to the pandemic. We relied on their personal emails. They're adults, right? And so that was something that we really relied heavily on. All of our students came with an email address. What they didn't do was check that email, right? Or that text, or that social media. So we, to come directly to your question, it is a constant challenge that we face to help students navigate through all of the other responsibilities that they are juggling through as adults. So we're continually trying to innovate to make that accessible to them. We talk to students about when you aren't here for whatever reason, whether that is you're sick, you have a sick child, you get called into work unexpectedly, your schedule changes midterm. There are tools there to help support you. It doesn't replace you being in that classroom with that teacher. Sure. It is a lifeboat. It is not the cruise ship. So don't cross the ocean in the lifeboat. Use that while you need it, and then get back on the boat, right? So that is an analogy that we have really tried to work a lot with our students to make sure that we're supporting them as best we can, because their attendance absolutely is crucial.
That is great. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
So I have to say I enjoy when you guys come and talk. I like the partnership with Goodwill. I applaud you all for that. Talk to us a little bit about the soft skills, because I know that, you know, all the technical skills are very important, but the soft skills are too. So how much of your training involves that?
You know, I highlighted a little bit about, you know, our impact on students 6 months after graduation, and then talking about how those really start from the moment they walk in the door. You know, to give you one fine example, it is when we got those new school email addresses and we were helping students make sure they're logged in, that they can check that they know how to get that added on their phone. Those holding down a shift key to capitalize your password is a skill that we teach from day one, because many of our students do not have that. It's an assumption that it's easy to make, that our adult learners will have that. Many of them do not. So that's just one example of how we focus on soft skills. Something that has also been born out of this last 1.5 year experience is a new kind of focus area for our academy certification training is the Goodwill Digital Career Accelerator, that really starts at a very foundational level with basic digital literacy. Our students are starting with that, not in their final terms of enrollment at the Excel Center, but in their very first, we call it Excel 101. It's essentially our version of Keystone, where they are goal setting, they are looking at possible career paths, they are looking at their interpersonal skills as well as part of that course, what it's going to take to be successful in school, in your family, financial budgeting, you know, planning out your time over the next 8 weeks, scheduling appointments around this commitment that you've made to yourself to come and participate in class. So that class does hold, our students get a taste of those initial trainings and certifications in some IT kind of areas, basic digital literacy that are going to serve them, but they are simultaneously in that class, and then really all the way through, we're talking about conflict management, we're talking about mental and emotional social health, in terms of like our lessons learned over the last 5 years, and then absolutely in the last 1.5 years. It is that there is no getting around the toll that this last 20 months has had on learners, on staff, on our organization. And so we have a partnership in place with the Centers for Youth and Families that are able to come in and provide some mental health services to our students right there on site while they're coming in. So that's just one of the innovations that has come about because of some of those lessons learned over the last 20 months specifically.
Ms. Saraceni?
I just want to thank you for reaching out to my division so that we knew in advance. I appreciate that, and we do not have an issue with that. Possibly, we could work in the future to make sure licensure areas match, because we also work with course co-management systems. So maybe that's something that we can kind of coordinate.
Yeah.
And look at the possibilities to make sure maybe it's an endorsement for adult ed. There's things that we can look at to help you with that.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
Thank you for walking me through your presentation. I do have a few questions, and more just for my personal knowledge, just to get more understanding of how you guys are operating some of your training programs. So could you speak to just a little bit more how students are able to, excuse me, get the training like an industrial truck operator and welding? Is that done on site, or is it through a partnership, through another entity? How is that done?
So those certifications are available through Goodwill's Academy that is located in the same physical building as the Excel Center. So as our students, they've really made that plan out with their life coach all the way through their progression. Some of our certifications, like Pharmacy Tech, for example, has become real popular lately. In order to enroll and complete that certification and then be able to effectuate it after, you have to have a high school diploma or a GED. So our life coaches work really closely in tandem with the instructors at the academy to plan that out for students as part of their graduation plan, to say this is an area of certification they're interested in. When they are within 6 months of graduating with their diploma from the Excel Center, we're going to go ahead and make sure they're enrolled in that Pharm Tech program so that then they can move right seamlessly in. In fact, one of our December graduates, that's exactly what she's doing. She was dual enrolled in the Excel Center and the Academy, so she was finishing up her last chemistry class for graduation, and then she was simultaneously enrolled in the Pharmacy Tech program at the Academy at Goodwill. Now that she's graduated and she's completed her high school diploma, she's continuing on with our Pharmacy Tech certification program. So most of those if it's a offering that's offered through our Academy at Goodwill, they're able to do that right there in-house. If there's a certification that students are interested in with an outside provider, then they have that ability to do that as well. We help facilitate through their life coach what that training school, what the requirements are, helping the student apply for, navigate, and work that through their schedule, but they can dual enroll.
That was my question, because I was wondering, did you actually have like welding bays, like at your facility?
The Academy does at Goodwill,
okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you guys do, and like industrial truck operator, that's not on site.
Mm-hmm.
As well.
You're driving through our warehouse. Yep. On your
No,
skills test. Yeah.
I mean, that's very helpful that they don't have to go off-site to get
Yeah,
that done.
yeah. And we really are fortunate because that is not the case for, I believe, any other Excel Center that has it right there under one roof like that. So.
And then looking at your certifications, I was just trying to see some of the ones that you were offering.
That are on the horizon?
Yeah, and so I was wondering, are you guys doing anything with the work keys assessment and helping students to work towards the career readiness certificate? Is that one of the ones you guys are looking at also?
Yes, so that is part of our senior seminar course where we go through the Work Keys curriculum with students. And most of our students are going to, after they complete that curriculum, go ahead and sit for the exam, and many of them do earn a credential through the CRC. Our waiver request was just that is not always the most appropriate for every student. It's not necessarily an area of interest for each one of them. There are other certifications that they would rather do. There's other assessments that they'd rather take to get on to their next level. So that was the rationale for that particular waiver of each student being required to do that.
And then last question. So part of your goal and goal 3, you're looking for students that are going to be employed after they leave. Have you guys been able to see any connections or correlations between the training programs that the students are involved in and the work that they're getting placed in? Or are we seeing that lining up after graduation?
I could speak anecdotally a little bit. I'm not the director of the academy, and Marcus may be able to provide a little bit further insight. I can tell you what I know from my perspective. They had a class of, was it 6 or 8 that finished the welding certification, 6, that were all employed the day after. I mean, they had employment before finishing the program. They all started work the day after they finished. In fact, I think some of those employers were ready to go ahead and take those students prior to them finishing the program, and so their instructors and the director of the academy had to say, come on, give us another week, or let them finish this credential. So Marcus, do you want to add anything to the?
Yeah, Marcus Jewett, Chief Mission Officer at Goodwill Industries of Arkansas. Absolutely, we are tracking that much more intentionally, because the last thing we want to do is put someone through a farm tech training program and then they're going to go work in a retail facility. And so, and we have a team across the state who are engaged with it. Brian talked about the statewide footprint. So we have a long list of employer partners that, when students come through this pipeline, we have options for them. And so it's not just, okay, we're going to place you with this one employer, and that's everyone that comes through this program goes here. We're able to kind of tailor it to meet their needs. And there's that individualized kind of job placement at the end of this. And so we are tracking closely how many get, not only how many get a employment post credential, but how many are placed in employment in that industry, in that credential, and then how many of them are getting better jobs within that same industry. And so yes, it's something that we are, it's our mission impact study. It just rolled out July 1, where we are continuing to track the long-term impact that our programs are having. Because ultimately, if we find that, this is a bad example, but welding doesn't lead to increased wages, then we don't want to offer that anymore. We want to, change lives through education, training, and employment. So yes, we are tracking that very closely, and we're happy with where we're at with the placement rates within the industry.
Thank you.
All right. Are the majority of your students parents?
About 70% have children in the home. Yeah.
I think I think as Dr. Williams said, it's so exciting that adults in our state have another opportunity.
Right.
That, but I think it's also not just that they're getting quality academic, but they're getting that social emotional support from the coaches that you have in place. And this makes such an economic impact on our state. But the thing I think is so exciting for the K-12 people is it has to change their parenting. It has to change their vocabulary, their conversations and vocabulary with their children. And so that just has long-term ripple effect. It's so exciting.
I would like to invite you today, if you have not yet liked the Excel Center Facebook page, it's worth your time. Go watch our graduation video from December the 4th, because clearly the highlight for me, lots of great moments, always are, but we had a young lady, 7th grade student currently in Little Rock School District. Her mother was one of our graduates in December. And she was a young lady who, when she was preschool age, had been involved in our drop-in center. She had come through kind of like our summer back-to-school program, because again, we start school before public school and we stay later. So she came in and participated in kind of like a day camp kind of situation while her mom was attending classes. But she was in a cap and gown as well, because she was graduating from our Excel Kids Center, but she was able to introduce her mom as our student speaker at commencement ceremony. And she described the impact that made on her. She is now seeing herself as a finisher. She sees her mom as someone who is overcoming great obstacles, who is investing in herself. She's had a number of challenges throughout her experience coming back to school, but she's done it. And she has that model in her home, and she talked about the difference that makes. So we know that while we look real closely at the difference that it makes in that individual, we know that that's a ripple effect with their generationally in many cases. So it's an honor to get to do what we do, and we appreciate the support of this body allowing us to do that.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the panel members? I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Mr. Baldwin to approve a 5-year charter renewal for the Excel Center with the waivers as discussed today. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. If you'll give us just a second, let the members post their notes. They'll share those with you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Williams?
Yes. Support the motion. The Excel Center provides educational opportunities for students 19 and older. This program supports students in pursuing a high school diploma and post-secondary education while developing career paths by providing a flexible schedule, no-cost childcare, which I really like, and life coaching, which I really like also, and others, et cetera. I just stopped there.
Thank you. Dr. Wright McMurray?
I voted for, and I said I support the motion. The Excel Center is providing opportunities for adult learners to complete their high school diploma and prepare for careers in post-secondary education. The Excel Center education services and supports will impact students, their families, and their communities.
Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion for renewal of the Excel Center. Continue the great work in providing opportunities for adults to earn a high school diploma, as well as coaching them into a career pathway.
Mr. Baldwin?
I vote to approve the renewal. This is an excellent program. It's great that you have the outreach to adults to help them have that second chance.
Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve this renewal for the Excel Center. I look forward to hearing about your continued efforts to decrease the number of adult learners without a high school diploma in our state, and too excited to see the Excel Center continue to help this population pursue employment and continued education. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Excel Center. Thank you for doing this in Arkansas. We appreciate you so much. Have a great day. You all ready for number 2? Do you need a break? Y'all ready? Number 2. Mr. Johnston, if you will present item 2, please. Did mine come back? Hot dog.
Next, we have, I apologize, Tim Johnston, DESE Charter Unit. Next, we have the River Valley Virtual Academy. The charter is requesting a renewal for a 5-year period. The campus serves grades K through 12. Current enrollment cap is 1,000 students, and the charter will continue to follow a virtual-only education model.
Thank you. Everyone speaking on behalf of River Valley Virtual Academy, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Too many notes. Hi, Dr. Jeffcoat.
Well, good morning.
If you'll always speak into the microphone, state your name and title for the record, and we look forward to your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Harold Jeffcoat. I'm the superintendent of the Van Buren School District, and I am honored to be here today, and we really appreciate the opportunity. I have with me Dr. Jennifer Feeney. She is actually the coordinator for our River Valley Virtual School, and she has been the coordinator since the beginning of our process. And then I have Myron Heckman. He is our curriculum director, and he'll be answering some questions as we get closer to the end. Dr. Feeney is going to be the one that does most of the presentation, but I do want to just let you know that when we presented to the charter authorizing panel 6 years ago or so, close to 6 years ago, what we were talking about was cutting edge. virtual now is pretty commonplace. Almost every school has a virtual program in some way, some capacity. But we were talking about something that no one else was doing. We were the first conversion charter school to offer virtual to K-12 students in the state of Arkansas. We were the first school district to do that. And so it reminds me of the song by, I think it was Barbara Mandrell, I was country when country wasn't cool. We were virtual when virtual wasn't cool. It wasn't a really big deal. So, but it was a big deal to us. I want to tell you a little bit of why we created this option, and let me commend Excel for the work that they are doing. Just hearing their presentation, such a powerful presentation, and hearing the stories in the end about the students and their parents, it's very moving. We were also on that same kind of journey when we created this option, this virtual option. Dr. Williams had mentioned that it was kind of a last chance opportunity to graduate, Excel being the last chance. We didn't want our high school kids to leave our high school and think that was their last chance. We wanted to look for an option that would allow our kids who had made a decision to step away from high school, for whatever reason it may have been, whether medical or family challenges, whatever the circumstances were, we wanted to give them another opportunity to graduate, to finish their high school career. I've done this for several years, but at the end of the year, I like to get a list of all of our kids that left our school district, and then I get their transcripts, and we kind of pour over what was left for that kid to graduate. What else did they need? And then I'll personally pick up the phone and call every one of them and ask for them to consider returning to the high school. And I want you to know I've done this for a number of years. It's a large percentage of students that through the conversation you can tell that they want their diploma. They want to graduate. But whatever life circumstances led them to stepping away, it is almost impossible for them to picture themselves returning to the high school. I mean, number one, if they return, they're going to be behind their friends. And number two, they have to essentially admit to their friends that they were wrong. And you know, we're all older and we're mature, and most of us are okay with the idea of admitting when we're wrong. When we make mistakes, we can admit it. We still don't like it, but we can do it. But asking 16, 17, 18-year-old kid to do that with their peers, it's a heavy lift. And so we wanted to come up with an option that would help our kids, make it easier for them to finish their high school diploma. And so those conversations now, and actually when we had this presentation 6 years ago, I was able to speak with some kids and tell them what we were trying to create. The conversation is a whole lot easier when we are able to say, if you don't want to come back to the high school, then that's okay. We have an option that will allow you to get your diploma without having to be on campus, and that's through our virtual academy. And Dr. Feeney has assisted many of those kids who have been willing to give it one more try, and has watched those kids walk across that stage. Kids that because of the virtual academy, because of the decision that this panel made 6 years ago that allowed us the opportunity to provide this, we have changed the trajectory of all of those kids' lives. As we all know, the significance of having a high school diploma. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today to try to renew our charter. We also saw too in our district that we had a number of students. We have a district of about 5,700 kids, about 800 employees, fairly large school for Arkansas standards. But we had about 200 kids or so that were homeschooled in our community. And so, and we're not opposed to homeschooling, and that I encourage if families can make that happen, then more power to them. I have 4 daughters, and I can do a job as a superintendent, but after we were home, remember March 2019, the rest of the year, we all remember, if you have kids, you really remember it vividly. Teaching my own kids was a challenge. So those families that can do the homeschool approach, more power to them. But what we felt compelled to do, though, was we felt like these are families that live in our community. They are paying taxes to support our school district. And so we don't reach out to them, but we did have some homeschool families reach out to us early on and wanted to find a way to partner with our school district. And so we do have a number of families not only in our school district, but across the state, in fact, who are part of the River Valley Virtual Academy. And these are families who elected to homeschool, but they see the benefit of being part of a school system, and their curriculum, their materials, the things that they need, we take care of that because state foundation funding takes care of that for us, for those children, as it should. And so that was another group that is big beneficiaries of the program that we've been able to create. It's been a very successful program. We've had over 1,000 students participate in our virtual academy. You'll see in a moment as we go through some of the slides, we have a very, very high success rate. And I attribute that to the work that Dr. Feeney does and her staff. Dr. Feeney has been in more homes than probably most principals in traditional settings, because her students, when they're struggling, it's important for us to get in front of those families and see if we can provide the support that we need. And sometimes that takes getting in the car and driving to those homes. So I'm just really proud of the work that she's done to help this program be successful. It's been very successful. We did have some challenges through the last couple of years with COVID, obviously. I will say this, I made the comment that we were virtual when virtual wasn't cool. Well, when the pandemic hit, we were very, very fortunate, and we were just very thankful that we had had a couple of years of experience with providing virtual instruction. And so that allowed us to really make a smooth transition for all of our traditional schools, for all of our families. We kind of knew the tricks of the trade, the things that we needed to make sure that we did to provide support for our kids. And that all happened with the opportunity to have this virtual academy. So before Dr. Feeney comes up, I do have a video, just a little 30-second clip. Let's see here. I think you're going to bring the video up. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. Will that play embedded there? Okay, there we go. All right, just a little clip about our virtual academy. Okay, that's okay. Yes, sir, understand.
The River Valley Virtual Academy is a school for families within the Van Buren School District and those that choose the choice into our school.
The Virtual Academy is an amazing place to be because of the bond that the students, parents, and teachers have. We all have the same goal, which is to have the student succeed. That can look different for every student, so everything we do is personalized for that student.
It meets the needs of a lot of different students. We have students who attend the Virtual Academy for medical needs, for graduating early to advance their courses, and who just want a flexible learning opportunity.
The first year or two, it was hard because we weren't used to it. It's not 8 to 3, but you learn so much, so that makes a difference. I would recommend Virtual Academy.
We are very proud of our virtual school. They do a great job.
That's just a little short clip. Representative Deffenbaugh there at the end, he actually joined us for our first presentation when we came, but he was able to be in the video. But just very thankful again for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Feeney.
Jennifer Feeney, River Valley Virtual Academy Coordinator. I've got to put my glasses on because I can't see that. Okay, so we have our enrollment data here for you to see. If you'll notice, our very first year, we were around 34 students, and the second year we increased 45 and then 50. The year that we had the 50 students was the year that the school shut down. We had a large increase the following year due to COVID. That was a huge jump for us to go from 50 students to around 650 students. And then this year, our October 1 report was right around 243 students for the school year. The very first year we did serve K through 12 students, so we started the year with kindergarten through 12th grade with many challenges as we learned how to do virtual academy. So being a virtual school, and like Dr. Jeffcoat mentioned, we make lots of home visits. We have to really understand who we serve. And so we feel like the demographics are really important to also understand. In October, our free and reduced lunch numbers were about 66% for our school. Our school district averages about 50 to 54% free and reduced. So we currently are serving a higher population of students that are free and reduced lunch than your average traditional school setting. Our racial demographics, we are right about what our school runs. Our Hispanic population overall in our school district is about 15%, so really we're right about where our traditional schools are for the Van Buren School District. Our special services, we include IEP, 504, and ELL students. Those numbers are higher on this slide than they are currently. Our IEP numbers have dropped some, and we do have 2 full-time special ed teachers on staff. Our school report card, like Dr. Jeffcoat mentioned, we feel like we've been a very successful virtual program. And if you've learned anything through the pandemic, you know that there were a lot of programs across the country that were not successful. Our first and second year, we did have an A on our school report card, and we were very proud of that. We know it's just one snapshot, but we believe it brings in a lot of information in one place. We really felt great about our 2020 scores, but we did not test, obviously, due to the pandemic. One of the things that we're probably the most proud of as a virtual program is our course completion rate. Our course completion rate is the percentage of students who pass all of their classes. And so the pandemic year was 2020, 2021. And so across Arkansas and across the country, you had you probably couldn't turn the news on without seeing, schools reporting that over 50% of their kids haven't even logged in. The number of kids not graduating. But during that year, for the fall, we had 93% of our students passed all of their classes. And then in the spring, we dropped to 91%. Spring tends to sometimes be a little bit more hard for students. So we're really proud of that. It's something that we pride ourselves in, and we really hold ourselves and our families to a high standard when it comes to we're going to earn our credit, we're going to work hard. This being the last week before break, we're already calculating these numbers. We're contacting families, and this is a hard week for students to really push through and get to the end of the semester. Our updated goals, one of our goals was to exceed the state average for reading, math, science on the ACT Aspire, and the ACT, because we offer all 3. This is an important goal to us. We want to remain above the state average in all of our areas, and we also want to maintain above the district average in many areas as we can. We also will continue with the individualized learning plans, but adding in more of a targeted focus on career interest for our students, hopefully through the ACT work keys that we're learning more about. That is an area we feel like we've had our individual learning plans, but it's an area that we really need to increase how we're doing it and bring in more career focus at an earlier age, and really just overall make that process a better process. We've been doing it, it's a goal we've been meeting, but we feel like there's a lot of work that we need to do there to make it more successful. And then our last goal would be to ensure that our students are taking college entrance exams by the end of their senior year. Many of our students do go off to college, and we want to make sure that we are doing our part to ensure that they are prepared. And then the final comment I wanted to make was about one of our students. Many of our virtual kids wouldn't get on a video and want to talk to a group of people. So I wanted to share about one of our students. She graduated last year with us during the pandemic year, and she came from a difficult home environment. I actually served as her middle school assistant principal when I was in a traditional setting. And so I had known her for a long time. She enrolled with us her 9th grade year, which was also the first year we were open. So she was one of those 34 students. And they had lots of questions, and I knew absolutely no answers to what they needed answered. They definitely live in poverty. They have lots of obstacles in their home. And this student early on, through the process of coming up with an individualized learning plan, knew she wanted to go to college. She knew that she wanted more than where she was living and what she was doing. And her 11th grade year, she enrolled in the LPN program through Western Arkansas Technical Center, which is offered through the University of Arkansas Fort Smith. So she was concurrently enrolled at UA Fort Smith and with us as a high school student. So her 12th grade year, she graduated with her LPN degree, which is a 2-year degree, and her high school diploma. You know, during a pandemic when school shut down her 11th grade year, and during the pandemic where everything was crazy, she was working in the hospital. She is a student that could have done the same thing in a traditional setting, except for she had to help work and provide for her family. So without the flexibility of having a virtual option for her, she could not have gone to LPN school because she also needed the flexibility to have a job to earn money. One of her goals was to continue on and to earn her RN degree, but she knows that she has to work as an LPN as she earns that because she doesn't have the family resources to assist her. So we're really proud of what the flexibility of the virtual program does for many families, her being specifically just one example. So thank you very much.
So just in closing, again, this program has made a difference in a lot of kids' lives. We would like to continue the program. It's been highly successful for us. We can't wait to see what the future holds with the program and what more that we're going to be able to do. I know that you all were able to visit some schools. I know with time and with COVID, a lot of challenges, but we would love to have you come and visit our virtual academy and meet our faculty and staff and just see the work that goes on. You know, I think it's interesting. A lot of kids, when we created this option, there were a lot of kids that thought, absolutely, sign me virtual. I'm going virtual. That's the way, especially our high school kids. I'm going to be on the couch in my PJs doing my work every day. This is going to be great. One thing that we do in our school district is we try to get our families to do a 2-week orientation before they officially become virtual students, because we want to give them a little bit of taste of what it's like. And we had a whole lot of kids sign up there in the beginning. But once they went through the 2-week orientation, they realized the commitment that it takes, the dedication, the motivation. It's not the easiest thing to do. It can be a difficult process to work through if you don't have what we like to call an at-home learning coach, which is a parent or a guardian, someone that assists, especially a young child, through the process. We expect that. So it's what maybe appeared in the beginning to be this easier option really is absolutely not. But what it does do, though, is it allows kids to progress at a rate that corresponds with their interest and their abilities. So we have some students that move through quickly. They graduate early. And then we have others that they need a little more time, and we're able to assist them with our virtual academy model. So we thank you all again for all the work that you all do, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. James, if you'll come up and walk us through waivers.
My name is Whitney James with the department. Just to go over the final legal review, the first waiver we have listed is for period of silence, Pledge of Allegiance, Arkansas and U.S. flags. I did not have any legal comments on that since it's a virtual school. On the second waiver request for school counselor, my concern was that if they are borrowing a counselor from another school or using a counselor from another school, how would that affect the student to counselor ratio at that school? And I believe that they can explain.
We went ahead after talking to Whitney about the concern over the ratio. We calculated our district ratio to ensure we were still in compliance. Last week, we're about 1 counselor to 384 students in the district, so we're still under the ratio.
And just real quickly, one thing to note too is the location for our virtual academy is on the same campus as Northridge Middle School. So it's separate, it's away from the building. but they're on the same campus. At Northridge, we have about, how many students? About 700 students, and we have 2 full-time counselors, whereas we would only, with 700, that would, if we had 1,000 students, we would be required to have 2 full-time. So we do have 2 full-time there. So if ever there was a need for assistance with counseling services, we do have more than enough available.
The third waiver request is for licensure. I don't have any legal comments regarding that. The school, to my understanding, would like to rescind the administrator license waiver. Waiver number 5 is personnel. I did not have any legal comments regarding that. Number 6 is library media. No legal comments there. Number 7 is health services. I did not have any legal comments. Number 8 is class size and teaching load. No legal comments. Number 9, recess. No legal comments. Number 10 is curriculum concurrent credits, CPR, fine arts, and physical education. I did not have any comments regarding that waiver. Gifted and talented is number 11. I'd like for the school to provide a little bit more rationale for that waiver request, please. Yes.
Jennifer Feeney, River Valley Virtual Academy. So for gifted and talented, we do offer at our high school level AP courses and honors, and we do offer gifted and talented courses for the lower grades. Many of our students do not take advantage of that opportunity, so that's one reason that we do request that waiver. We also allow students to come on campus, so we have gifted and talented programs within our schools for K through 12. And if they want to come on campus for that, they are more than welcome to, and we'll schedule and facilitate that for them. However, a lot of students don't take advantage of that. So that waiver just protects us to ensure that we are still meeting the regulations in a flexible way, even though we're trying our best to make sure they get those services that they need.
Are there any concerns about the GT waiver? Number 12 is attendance, clock hours, and calendar. I did not have any legal concerns regarding that waiver request. Does the panel have any? Okay.
Yes. Let's talk about calendar.
So Ms. Kaufman, I'm going to make your day.
Thank you.
I am. We really, we only have that waiver in place because we realize that it's a very flexible model. And there are certain dates through legislation that indicate that school will not be in session. For example, spring break, Labor Day, we've got several days. So we have that calendar waiver in place just for that purpose, knowing that our kids will likely be completing coursework, online coursework during those days. It was not to adjust the start of school or the end of school. We don't create a second calendar. Our calendar is our Van Buren School District calendar, and our virtual academy follows that calendar. I think it could be easily argued that even our schools that are or even our children that are in the traditional high school setting, they're also possibly completing programs and coursework over those breaks as well. So if you think that that's appropriate for us to, we don't have to have the waiver in place, understanding that children will likely do work on those times that are designated as being off, but that could happen even in a traditional setting.
Right.
So that's really the only reason we had the calendar waiver in place. We do want to honor legislation. Our legislators have made it clear that we'd like to have a consistent calendar for all of our schools, and so we're happy to rescind that waiver request.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
And just to clarify, do we want to only rescind the code section 610-106?
For calendar.
Okay. It was kind of, sometimes it's
So-
hard for me to,
The idea that the clock hours, your 6-hour day, and determining when the student has met their expectation. I mean, I work at night, but it's all about getting the job done. Just like that's what you're saying about your students. We're just separating that from the idea of what day school starts.
Down here that will rescind 610-106. The 13th waiver request is credit for college. The school wishes to continue that. I have no legal comments. Number 14, acquisition of commodities. I don't have any comments on that. 15, safety policies and procedures, no legal comments. 16, report cards, no legal comments. 17, school lunch program. A couple of things on that. I requested that the school contact the DC Child Nutrition Unit and just explain how they're offering food services and make sure that we're good with that. It's my understanding that you offer meals at a neighboring school and your virtual students can pick up the meals, but that's never been utilized. Is that correct?
So some students during the pandemic did utilize the option to pick up lunches, and throughout the last 4.5 years, we have had a few students utilize that option, but it is not something that's being used very often. We did speak to the Food and Nutrition, and they said we are good to continue with the waiver through June of this school year, but that we need to continue to monitor if the COVID rules are expanded that allow students to pick up lunches at schools that they are not, zoned or physically attending. I think it was more about eating the lunch there at the school, and you cannot take it off campus until, so if the COVID rules are not extended, then they would not be able to leave campus with the food. They would have to eat there.
Yes, or the other option is
Come to the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I want to come back before you go on. So, my understanding of that was, if they were picking up a meal, they had to pick it up at the adult price. Is that correct?
So you can, if after the COVID rules expire in June,
Right.
they would have to pay the adult price if we did not have a continuance of that COVID procedure. But right now, they're just a student picking up and eating off-site.
Right. Okay. Make sure we're on the that's a lot of information to understand when it comes to child nutrition.
Yes, and I always have to ask questions about child nutrition to make sure I understand what I'm talking about, but that is correct. And we did just want to clarify, I believe we spoke about this before, the Charter Authorizing Panel does not have the authority to waive any federal law, and neither does the State Board of Education. So just be sure and keep a close eye on the USDA waivers that is allowing the pickup of meals and taking off-site through June of 2022. Number 18, mandatory attendance. Those rules no longer exist, so we're just going to rescind that. 19, licensure leave. That's another one that the rules no longer exist, so we'll just take that off the application. 20, licensure. The school just wishes to add the rules governing educator licensure section 7 to fully effectuate the licensure waiver. I don't have any legal comments.
All right. We'll start with our questions then. And do you need them to affirm everything that we've adjusted and?
Yes, if you would not mind just confirming that everything that I have gone over in the final legal review on the record is correct.
Yes, we affirm that that is correct.
All right, then let's hear from our charter panel. Dr. Williams, would you like to start?
Yeah. Yes, I would. It looked like y'all have been very successful in the first couple of years, first several years, I should say. 2 questions. The first, I see you have an enrollment of 243 students. Is this a hybrid model or totally virtual, just for information purposes?
Yes, sir, it is. It is totally virtual.
Okay, good deal. Second question, you all have been very successful, as I hear from this presentation and just looking at your goals and so forth. What are some key lessons that you all have learned, since you all were the first on deck, that you would be willing to share with other districts?
Okay, Dr. Williams, I'm going to start, but I'm going to let Dr. Feeney finish because she can probably give us a whole lot more input. But I will tell you the thing that we feel like has been the most powerful piece to our program is the 2-week orientation. Parents agreeing to participate in a 2-week orientation has allowed us to help them understand what our program is really like, and they also know what it takes to be successful in a virtual model. It really relies heavily, the younger the child is, it relies heavily on at-home support. And so parents need to know that on the front end. And so when we put that in place, the parents that have participated in that orientation, which I would say is probably 99% of our parents, we don't require it, but we do ask them to try it. The parents that have gone through it, it's been eye-opening for a lot of them. But I think that's definitely one piece that really separates our program from maybe others.
I think another really strong factor for our success is the communication with families. You know, it's different. I was a classroom teacher and I was a building assistant principal. It's different when you communicate primarily with the student. You know, this is a reversed model. We essentially are communicating primarily with the parent. And you have to turn your thinking about that. And so for us, we communicate early. If on the first day of school they hadn't logged in, then we're calling. We do not rely heavily on email. We do email a lot, but like Excel said, they don't check their email. And you know, we work in schools, so we are constantly checking our email. We live on email, but for people who don't have jobs associated with email addresses, they don't check email. That is not a great communication tool. And so we rely heavily on phone calls, home visits, and text message. We have a school phone, so we text a lot. When we survey our parents at the beginning of the year, majority of them, they want us to text them. They do not want a phone call, and they certainly don't want an email. And so it's really important that we communicate with them in the way that is beneficial to them, but then also that it's from the very first day of school. You know, we're at the end of the semester now, and we're continuing. We have a list of students who have not, you know, passed a class, and it's daily communication. This is what you can do to help improve your grade. This is how you can do this. This is who you can call. This is your teacher. You know, so we're really just communication. That's really our tool with our families to be successful.
Thank you.
Dr. Wright McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation. Mine are just more comments and observations, and just wanted to commend you on having such a large amount of growth over the past couple of years, especially due to COVID. But even though there was a small decline in your outcomes, it was not proportionate to the amount of growth that you guys achieved. So back to Dr. Williams' comments, I just think that what you guys are doing, especially in the virtual environment, could be a teaching or resource tool for other areas, because you have had some really good outcomes there. And then the other comment is just in relation to work keys, and I don't know if you guys have had a chance to sit in on any of the trainings that we've offered in partnership with the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, but if you haven't, definitely would encourage you to reach out to our office, and we wouldn't mind doing coming out on site or doing a Zoom to kind of walk you through some benefits, I think, for your students with Act 319. There are a lot of options now to support students being able to take the work keys assessment, support the testing coordinators in districts. So we'd love to work with you on that.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. And we're currently working through some of the training with work keys, and we're excited about it. We think it's something that we can offer our students that kind of goes right along with what we're trying to get our students to participate more in the WOTC program as high school students. I think that'll be beneficial to us as well.
So just let us know. Thanks.
Saraceni.
Great presentation. Your growth shows your success, and I appreciate how you use the licensure waiver very limited. And I know that you have 2 teachers that are special ed that are on ALPs about to finish, so I commend you on really taking that serious. And great explanation on how you use the Pearson Online, which is an approved provider, and utilizing that Arkansas qualified teacher requirement. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin.
So I'll add to the congratulations. You all were the first, and clearly you have figured out how to do this. It's a great program. I think your comment about the home visits was what affected me the most, because it's not a virtual, impersonal technology offering only. It's also a very personal home visit program, so I think that makes a difference. No questions.
Dr. Flowers?
Yes, kind of more or less a comment, but as well as a question. So I was looking at, I really appreciate how you all kind of broke down your metrics and your SMART goals. And in your areas of literacy, mathematics, and science, you talk about how you would like to exceed the state average in your new goal. So in language arts, you're currently more or less doing that. Congratulations. And then within science, you're kind of right there. But with your math, I've noticed that maybe you meet or exceed at one level. I think it's maybe your 10th grade. So talk to me about your plan about how you address your math proficiency moving forward.
I will point out, Dr. Flowers, that very good eye to see that. We noticed that as well. We studied our numbers, and so of all of the data that we have in our application, there are actually 66 opportunities for us to compare. So grade level, content area, if you count each one of those state comparison to our district, there's 66 total. So 22 in each content area. And so in literacy, our virtual academy performed higher than the state average nearly 75% of the time. So 75% of the time, literacy just doing great. Science was the same. In math, we're tied. It's 50%. So 50% of the time, our students performed higher than the state average. But then the other 50% we were lower. So we do realize and recognize that is a content area that we really need to focus on, not just in any one particular grade, but in all grades. And I'll let Dr. Feeney elaborate.
We noticed the same thing when we got test scores back this last spring and over the summer. Typically, our students really perform right about where the state does, or a little higher in math, and last year we didn't. And so we've looked through some of our curriculum. You know, we get our Pearson curriculum, and we monitor that, and we adjust and implement different things as we need to. But we noticed we're trying to work through that, see what holes we have there. One of the things, which I know it wouldn't just affect math, but our students had not been on our campus until they came in for state testing, and we tested math first. And so we feel like that's a little bit of it. You know, these kids were brought on campus to do state testing. They had never seen us unless they logged into a Zoom. They had never been to the school site, because most of these students enrolled with us because of COVID. And I think that was a little bit of a shock their first day. Lots of tears from parents and students, and that was all ages. You know, we test kindergarten through 11th grade. It was just that was a difficult first day for each group that tested. But we are very aware of the math, and we're trying to make sure we address that and plug those holes.
Well, Dr. Jeffcoat, I just want to say thank you for always taking my phone calls when I'm calling to say, let's talk something over. I contacted Dr. Jeffcoat when the pandemic hit, and we were trying to figure out how to write a digital learning application for districts that had never done digital learning. And so pretty successful, I would say, in that collaboration, and so that's much appreciated. One of the things that, as I was reading through, just kind of wanted to come back to the school counselor. And you have enough counselors. The question I would have is, are your teachers that are doing the virtual work with students, are they trained to spot any signs that a student may need to engage with a school counselor? Kind of talk about that a little bit.
So we actually do. So we do have the waiver, but we also right now have a counselor teacher that is employed with us. So she finished her counseling degree several years ago, and so we do use her in that manner in some ways, so that we do not have to always call somebody in to help us. Yes, they are trained. We do lots of training about social and emotional well-being. We work so intimately with our families that we can spot signs of concern. We make so many home visits that we see firsthand different experiences that students are going through. So yes, the answer is yes, and we work really hard to make sure that we're very aware, and we take care of the families as we need to. Yesterday, our high school students are teacher records are through Pearson. And yesterday I received a phone call from our case manager through Pearson of an essay that was submitted. And the teacher had some concerns about some things that were in the essay. So you would think that being a virtual model that we wouldn't have that communication, but I honestly feel like it's even a little bit better communication. Like we were instantly notified of something that was submitted that day so that we could make sure that there were no concerns in the home.
Talk about a little bit about identifying students that may be experiencing homelessness. And so I don't know if you have any of your students in that student body, and then what do you do if a student is not being successful and you've applied intervention after intervention, maybe they need to be on site?
We do have several families that are homeless. We have lots of families that are doubled up. When we enroll students, we check out a device to them, and so we really get to know them partly through that process when they come in to get a device, but then also through conversations and home visits, so we're able to pretty quickly identify families who are doubled up or living in a homeless situation. For identifying students who are not being successful, it is a process that we go through from day one. We have our first, we keep a very detailed Google sheet with communication with families, and it's red and green. Green is we're on track, and red is we have an issue. And then we put comments in there so that we can refer back to them, because it's a lot of students to track that way. When we have students who are continuing to stay red and we have comments in there that we're concerned about, we call, we text, we make home visits, we invite them in. Some of our families will come on site to do work with us. Many will not. They don't want to do the in-person part, but the main thing we do for that next level is to ensure that they understand they can come in here and work with us. Oftentimes, it's not really an academic issue, it's maybe they didn't understand the technology and their parents weren't able to assist either. And so by us just sitting with the family, whether it's just the student or if it's just the parent, and we can just sit side by side. If we think that this won't be a model for them, we do tell them, you might want to consider. We'd love to have them, but if our supports aren't helping you, we want what's best for the kid.
How many of your students, or what percentage do you say come in for support, to come on site?
At the end of the semester, it's a high number when we're trying to get our courses completed. Throughout the year, probably less than 5%.
That's interesting, because when Ms. Saraceni and I visited Cabot,
yes,
in their center, we heard the same thing. The first time they opened up for Friday intervention, not very many students came, and now the room's full.
yes.
And they're thrilled with that, because they get to see the kids, get to interact with
Yes.
them, get to help them with anything. So you're seeing some similar things?
Yes, it's towards the end of the semester when we're kind of at crunch time, then a lot more people are reaching out, families are reaching out to get additional support. But what we've noticed is once they will come in that one time, if we can get them in there, then likely they'll call us more, they'll text us more, and they'll actually come more. And so just having them come in once to see it's not a normal school environment. You can have your phone sitting by your desk. It's a more laid back environment than walking through school doors. So once they see that,
less
it's a lot better.
stress.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from panel members? I'll accept a motion.
I make the motion to renew.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Saraceni and a second from Dr. Wright McMurray to renew the River Valley Virtual Academy Charter for 5 years with the waivers as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
If you'll give us just a moment, the panel will review their comments. Dr. Williams?
Yes. Support the motion. The River Valley Virtual Academy has been successful, receiving an A letter grade its first 2 years of grading and achieving their goals. The River Valley Virtual Academy can serve as a model for other districts. For example, the 2-week orientation and the home visits.
Thank you. Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion for renewal of the River Valley Virtual Academy. Looking forward to seeing the continued growth of your students, providing that opportunities through blended personalized learning options that allows that flexibility for all students to succeed.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve this renewal for River Valley Virtual Academy. Looking forward to hearing about your continued efforts to meet students where they are in their personal learning needs.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I support the motion. The academy is very successful and a strong model for other schools in Arkansas.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
I voted for. I said I support the motion. River Valley has developed and implemented a successful model for virtual education. They are a valuable resource to other districts across the state offering virtual education. I am encouraged by their outcomes and look forward to their continued success and support students and their families.
Congratulations.
On behalf of our school board and our district, thank y'all so very much. And congratulations, Dr. Williams. It's my understanding that Ms. Kaufman gave you permission to step away from the panel. Is that right? Is that happening?
No,
That's
I
correct,
did not.
yes.
I think she's rescinding the offer to, thank y'all very much.
I begged him to stay, and he just had another plan.
There you go. Yes, grandkids.
There you go. Well, again, thank y'all. very much.
Thank you. Panel members, we want to take about a 15-minute recess and for our next action item. All right, well, welcome everyone back. Mr. Johnston, if you'll present the next action item, please.
Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. Next is Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. The district is requesting a renewal of the charter for a 5-year period. The campus serves grades P through 12. The current enrollment cap is 2,419 students, and the charter will continue to follow a traditional education model. And Ms. LaShonda Noel is here representing the district, and once they're all sworn in, I will let her introduce her staff.
All right. If everyone speaking on behalf of Arkansas Lighthouse Academies will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? When you come to the microphone, if you'll be sure to state your name and your title for the record, we much appreciate it, and always make sure that you're speaking into the microphone. Okay? Ms. Noel, we're ready for you, and you have approximately 20 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Charter panel members. My name is LaShonda Noel, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. I'm excited about the opportunity we have to share our journey from 3 separate charters to becoming one with one mission, one vision, and one goal of putting scholars in the driver's seat of their educational experience. Today, that story will be shared by myself and our instructional and operational leaders, Mr. Wendell Scales, Mr. Isaiah Cosio, Ms. Rosanna Malanga, and Kimberly Willis. Please welcome Mr. Scales.
Thank you. I'm Wendell Scales, Deputy Director of Innovation for Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. We've come a long way since 2009 in the classrooms of Second Baptist in Jacksonville while waiting for our buildings to be completed. We started as one campus in Jacksonville and expanded to Little Rock Air Force Base, North Little Rock, and Pine Bluff with 5 campuses. In addition to geographic growth, we've evolved in the organization and plan to continue doing so to benefit the scholars, our school community, and the organizational health. We are honored to serve 1,060 scholars across Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. Our scholars come from all over Central Arkansas, from Bryant to Cabot, to Pine Bluff, to Conway, and more. The scholars we serve daily heavily influence the proposed plan to make. As you can see through the years, we've celebrated milestones as opening new campuses, graduating amazing scholars, and as we started at Second Baptist Church, as well as successfully renewing at all locations. Please welcome Mr. Isaiah Cosio to share the current mission, vision, and charter goals.
Thank you. My name is Isaiah Cosio, and I'm the Vice President of Lighthouse Academies for Arkansas. Our current mission and vision reflect a commitment to a college prep arts-focused education model. Over the course of the charter, we successfully graduated 99% of our scholars, with 95% earning a 4-year acceptance letter to a 4-year institution, and have not yet met our goals for literacy, math, science, or NWEA growth. As you can see, as a district from 2018 to 2019, we were on track to meet our goals for literacy, science, and math. In ELA, for example, all of our ELA scores increased from 2018 to 2019, and we were closing the achievement gaps for our subpopulations. In science, all schools increased by at least 2%, and the district increased by 5%, both in line with the charter goals. Also in 2019, with the exception of Pine Bluff Lighthouse Middle School Academy, math proficiency at all campuses increased more than the surrounding schools. This was especially true at Capital City Lighthouse, which saw a 12% increase in proficiency. For growth, looking at the blue bars for 2018 and the gray bars for 2019, we were building positive momentum, as you can see, for our 3rd through 8th grade scholars growing year over year. At the same time, our kindergartners did meet the charter goal for the 50th percentile in reading and math. Even though we did not meet all of our goals during this time, each of our schools received recognition for academic successes, including Capital City in 2018 earning best growth scores and beating the odds in ELA. In 2019, Pine Bluff Upper Academy beating the odds in math and ELA ACT Aspire growth. Capital City for ELA Aspire growth, and for Flightline earned statewide recognition for math and high overall growth. However, without assessment data from 2020 due to COVID and after the 2021 assessment cycle, the results showed that the work was not enough to get our scholars and communities to where they deserve to be, and change was needed to raise academic performance and attend to the needs of every one of our scholars. In the summer of 2020, recognizing the academic and social emotional needs of scholars because of COVID and cultural shifts, we partnered with national organizations to implement a cultural competency program that would enhance our ability to support every scholar. Building on the foundation set by the design elements, the cultural competency program showed that working as one charter, we would achieve more and do more. In spring 2021, we consolidated to become Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. This led to our highly successful Arkansas Lighthouse Summer Richmond Academy and charter-wide professional development conference, each achieving higher than 95% satisfaction rates by scholars, parents, and staff. In May and June of 2021, Lighthouse Academies of Arkansas was approved to bring together the 3 separate charters and become Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. The request for consolidation was to improve academics through resource and expertise sharing, streamline operations by removing redundancies, and leverage finances for steeper discounts and combined professional development for both the benefit of scholar and teacher learning opportunities. Please welcome Rosanna Malanga, instructional leader from Capital City, to share more about our design elements education model.
Thank you, Rosanna Malanga, the instructional leader at Capital City Lighthouse Elementary Academy. Our design elements, which is our unique model here at Arkansas Lighthouse Academies, sets the tone for maximizing learning and student outcomes. Healthy relationships are the foundation for a nurturing environment for scholars to feel safe as they grow as people, thrive academically, and dream bigger. Data-driven and rigorous instruction ensures that all learning in and beyond the classroom is standards aligned and tailored to meet the needs of every scholar. Growth mindset is critical to developing the skills necessary to deliver the education experience that we demand. The purpose of school is why scholars get up in the morning and how we develop student agency. We pride ourselves on being a community school. As a community school, we develop tangible partnerships that we can leverage to support scholars in and beyond the walls of the school so they can be academically successful. Parents and families are critical partners, and together we develop the tools and resources needed to support their scholars. Our commitment to cultural competency is supported by partnerships with organizations such as Philander Smith College and Front Lines of Justice, and extends beyond ethnicity, gender, and sexuality to include all aspects of an individual's cultural identity in order to provide the best learning environment for every scholar. We know that building and maintaining healthy relationships with our scholars and families will yield academic growth and attract new scholars to our spaces as positive word spreads. Arkansas Lighthouse Academies believes that literacy is the gateway to obtaining knowledge and therefore achieving success. Throughout college, career, and life, in order to close the opportunity gap, all students must have a strong literacy foundation. In line with that belief, we are building better classrooms and school libraries to increase access and place all forms of print media into the hands of our scholars. Small groups in our literacy block and during Just Right instruction are guided by individual scholar data to match need with instruction. This work is intentionally supported by school and district-wide professional learning communities for all content areas. Our PLCs use NWEA, iReady, MClass, and formative data to ensure instruction is rigorous and that every scholar improves their ability to use our curriculum and facilitate learning. Beyond the science of reading in K-6, our scholars get a healthy dose of just right instruction in literacy and math, 7th through 12th grades. Recognizing the great academic needs of our scholars, we offer response to intervention to every scholar through critical reading and math classes, ACT literacy and math courses, and academic support during our advisory period. These classes are taught by our most trained and effective teachers and instructional leaders. We will continue to refine and put in place a better practice as we deepen our relationships with APSRC, DESE, Ed Elements, and the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching. We will build on the programs and structures from the past that worked and implement new programs and structures to improve the outcomes and reach new heights of academic success at all campuses. A growth mindset is central to everything we do. And when we find a person that demonstrates the right mindset and skill set to be great, we are pouring into them so they stay with Arkansas Lighthouse Academies and improve their craft. Through the Arkansas Lighthouse Academy's Crossing the Finish Line program, we are consistently reviewing, informing, and supporting all staff members to obtain and remain certified. Our district assessment and licensure facilitator helps staff stay informed of new opportunities and help guide staff members through the process from start to license. In addition to the logistics of becoming certified teachers, our school leadership teams use a myriad of tools to coach and develop teachers, from one-on-ones, grade level meetings, frequent observations and feedback, and facilitating professional learning communities. One element of support is calibration experiences that gives teachers the opportunity to experience excellence and influence their craft. We ask a lot of leaders and teachers, and the only way we will meet this challenge is staying committed to the constant improvement. The most exciting element of Arkansas Lighthouse Academies and the driver for attracting new scholars is our Purpose of School design element. This past summer, our Arkansas Lighthouse Summer Enrichment Academy set the stage for the future of instruction at ALA to be more scholar-centered, project-based, and experiential. Building on the academic foundation set by data-driven and rigorous instruction, scholars engage in beyond the walls learning experiences that take them outside the classroom to make abstract concepts concrete and impactful. These experiences took scholars this summer to Southern Arkansas University to learn about computer science and game design, to learn about the cutting-edge agri-STEM work being conducted by students and staff at the University of Arkansas Dell Bumpers College of Agriculture, Food and Life Science, and to the Little Rock Tech Park with Momentum Venture Labs to learn about financial literacy and social entrepreneurship. And so far this year, scholars work with Philander Smith to learn more about public service and advocacy. As you can see, beyond the walls are a critical component of the purpose of school, as it allows for our scholars voice and choice. Through student advisory councils and interviews at each campus, schools have developed student-generated clubs, selected projects based on their interest, and provided feedback on improving school structures and initiatives, from response to intervention, just right instruction, daily schedules, and school lunches. Finally, and the thing that gets scholars to school early and keeps them late, are learning showcases. These blended parent nights, school events, parent-teacher scholar-led conferences ensure meaningful outcomes for the work done on projects and in class. They are public and feature the arts, music, STEM, and more. We are committed to facilitating opportunities for scholars to direct their learning and showcase for the world to see. Please welcome Ms. Kimberly Willis as she will share the proposed new mission, vision, charter goals, and future structures of Arkansas Lighthouse Academies.
Thank you. My name is Kimberly Willis, and I am the instructional leader of Jacksonville Lighthouse High School Academies. Our future is bright, and with your approval, we are excited to expand the Cultural Competency Program to scholars, fully launch Agri-STEM, public service, and social entrepreneurship programming, and implement the Learning Never Ends approach so we can engage, embrace, and empower every scholar, every voice, every day. All of the work we are doing and have done led us to evolve and adapt to meet the needs and demands of our primary stakeholders, our scholars and families. Our scholars want to be challenged academically and have rich learning experiences that go beyond the classroom to include service and building something of their own. Our new mission and vision reflects those ideals. We engage, embrace, empower scholars, families, and communities to create a vibrant, supportive local ecosystem for all through education. We believe that this will lead to academically sound, technology savvy, culturally competent, and sustainability conscious individuals. Our new charter goals reflect a commitment to forming healthy relationships, evidenced by retaining over 85% of scholars on average during the 5-year term of the charter, and annually having 85% average rate of stakeholder satisfaction each year through quarterly administered surveys. The purpose of school and data-driven rigorous instruction are evident in our math and science goals to increase proficiency 2% each year and decrease scholars in need of support by 5% each year. Our reading goal to increase proficiency by 3% every year and to decrease the percentage of scholars in need of support by 6% every year, and to have 95% of our scholars matriculate into post-secondary institutions or continue their career journey. Finally, the growth mindset design elements is showcased by our goal to increase the percentage of licensed teachers or staff actively pursuing licensure to 85% by the end of the charter. In addition to our design elements, we believe that our 3 future focus areas and our Learning Never Ends approach will result in us meeting and exceeding our charter goals. Arkansas Lighthouse Academies is on a mission to give our scholars what they want and our communities need to grow and thrive through the implementation of public service, Agri-STEM, and social entrepreneurship programs. Our public service program will be featured in Jacksonville and is the approach that develops socially responsive and culturally aware scholars to identify and improve local communities through public service. Pine Bluff will feature the Agri-STEM program, which is a community integrated approach that leverages different elements of agri-science to cultivate the next generation of agricultural professionals. Our third program, Social Entrepreneurship, will be featured at Capital City and is an approach to having scholars plan, fund, and implement solutions to social, cultural, and environmental issues through the creation of sustainable businesses. As one district, we will benefit from learning and sharing the best parts of each program to bring to each campus. We believe these programs will be highly impactful and will generate interest in each of the communities we serve and beyond. We have and are seeing evidence of this through highlights by New America, partnerships with Momentum Venture Labs, Suchi, who has committed $25,000 to help directly fund and open 529 accounts for every ALA scholar, and a potential grant from the University of Arkansas for Agri-STEM summer programming. These programs are supported by the design elements and will be lifted through our Learning Never Ends approach. Every goal, program, initiative, and resource is allocated with the scholar in mind. The Learning Never Ends approach puts the scholar in the driver's seat of their education. We want every scholar to dream big and achieve more. We are building a vibrant local ecosystem of supports in each of our communities to equip teachers and scholars with the tools and resources to learn beyond the school day, week, calendar, and walls. Our teachers will continue to receive training for data-driven and rigorous instruction, and in the future, additional training and time to build their capacity to facilitate scholar-driven learning experiences. We will engage our scholars in co-designing their learning experience to master content and concepts, embrace their ideas by allocating resources and time for projects and calibration experiences, and empower them to advocate within and outside of the school for what they need to become the change makers of their communities. Through our Learning Never Ends approach, we will develop the next generation of agribusiness owners and scientists, social entrepreneurs, and public servants that will impact their local communities and the state of Arkansas and beyond.
As you can see, Arkansas Lighthouse Academies continues to remain fiscally strong. At Arkansas Lighthouse Academies, we are engaging, embracing, and empowering every scholar, every voice, every day as we work to bring the best elements of past and present together to create a brighter future with our scholars. Thank you, and we look forward to answering your questions and providing clarity.
Thank you. Ms. James, if you will go over our
It's an impressive presentation.
yes.
What we'll do is just go over the final legal review and then on the record make any necessary changes. The first waiver request was Board of Directors, and I have confirmed with the school and with Tripp that the school wishes to narrow Code Section 613-616 down to 613-616A, because I believe Part B of that code section actually, if they waived that, that would kind of circumvent the 1599 process. I think that's my recollection of it, but they want to narrow it down to A. Did you want to look at that, Ms. Kaufman?
So, do you have a board member that's an employee of the district? That's what B is.
Right, if they waived that code section, it seems that it would circumvent the 1599 process.
I would agree.
Okay, so they want to narrow their waiver request down to just 613-616A.
Just for the sake of the panel, what is your intent with your board? Kind of tell them how your board of directors works.
So let me say this. I think we got here because,
Come to the microphone.
sorry. I think we got here because initially or originally I served as a member of the board. And so with that, that is why we were, because of the conflict.
But you don't anymore.
No,
So now there's not a conflict.
there
Is
is
that correct?
no longer a conflict.
And you have a board that may be people from out of state or
That is
whatever.
correct. So we once we consolidated, we're making sure that everyone, all of the different communities are represented, but there may be a need for members outside of those communities.
So I think to Whitney's point, requesting 613-616 now would not be appropriate. Is that your understanding, Mr. Walter?
Trip Walter, staff attorney, APSC, I mean, all of 616?
No, just B.
Right, right, and that's the reason for A, which removes, as you just discussed, the geographical restrictions.
Right. So she wants A, but you do not want B, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. 613, 616A. Yes. No.
All right, that was my only legal concern with that waiver request. The second waiver request is for class size and teaching load, and I don't have any concerns regarding that. I believe that's also part of their digital learning plan.
Can I ask a question about board of directors before we get too far down the road? In cycle 5, you have to name your board members and put the number of hours. You do follow that, correct? You do
Yes,
put that in cycle 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I did confirm that they were not asking for a waiver of the code section or rules that would require them to post the training on the website. And the third waiver request is superintendent. The school is asking to continue that waiver. I did not have any legal comments on that. And the fourth waiver request is for library media. I did not have any concerns regarding that waiver request. The fifth is principal, no legal comments. 6, teacher pay, no comments. 7, teacher licensure, I didn't have any comments. The 8th is school counselor counseling plan. I have no comments. The 9th is personnel policies. I did not have any legal comments on that. Yes, ma'am?
So can you talk to us about what you do post on your website and what you're wanting to waive from posting to your website
We
on
don't,
personnel policies?
as far as personnel policies, I think currently we post all the required information. I think our compensation information
Yeah.
is not necessarily on there.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Just as with some of the other applicants you've had before you and will have before you later today, the reason for the website posting waiver is not an attempt to not post salary information, personnel policies, etc. But if you look at the statutes and the standards behind it, they refer, for example, with salary with the, so to speak, step and ladder program. Personnel policies are going to be perhaps a little different from what's required in the statute to meet the educational model. So everything will be fully posted. It's just their salary schedule is going to look different, personnel policies.
That's great. Thank you.
I believe that brings us to waiver request number 10, employment of licensed personnel. I had suggested they narrowed it down to subsection A, but they are still asking to keep the waiver request for the whole statute. I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. It's actually, subsection A, I believe, is a may requirement, not a shall, but I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. So I don't have any concerns if they just want to keep it as is.
What's your rationale?
Trip Walter, the rationale basically is the thought that in the past this hasn't been an issue, and I just want to make sure going forward, if there are philosophies that change or thoughts that change on this, that the Lighthouse is protected in case somebody were to come back and say you don't have the appropriate waiver. I agree with what Ms. James is saying, that it's permissive, but again, in the past, this has been a long-standing waiver that they've held, and the thought up until now has always been it's necessary. So I mean, what she said about this wording in the statute is right, but just I guess you'd call it a belt and suspenders approach to make sure there are no problems in the years to come.
The reason I bring it up is just because it seems to be a protection for staff, and you're waiving that protection. But I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And the 11th waiver request is discipline and safety, and the school is going to, I had pointed out that they should change the rule name to rules governing student discipline and school safety, and they're agreeing to do that. I also noted that section 5.11.3 is a may rather than a shall, but they are still asking for a waiver of that section. Again, I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of difference, so I don't have any issue with it. I just wanted to point that out. The 12th waiver request is gifted and talented. They wish to continue that waiver, and I did not have any legal comments. On professional development, they actually amended this waiver request to include a code section that I suggested rather than what they had, which was more restrictive. They're asking to add 617.702 to that waiver request, and of course keep the standard in the rules.
617.
702.
702.
Yes. And I believe that the code section they had listed before was the one that said that teachers are allowed to, take professional development courses. So they actually changed that to a less restrictive code section.
I can add some context if that
Sure.
would help. Trip Walter, staff attorney. This is one of those kind of charter-specific or model-specific issues. There's not anything in the waiver request that attempts to limit or reduce the number of hours that are required by statute, nor the particular different specified types of professional development training that are required by statute. It's just ALA's model provides for a rich and robust assortment of professional development offered in-house, so to speak, that's aligned where necessary with the model, and they just wanted to ensure as best they could that their teachers would receive it through Lighthouse Academies, that everything obviously will meet all DESE and state requirements.
All right, the 14th waiver request is school calendar. They've got listed 610.106A1A. The panel has any questions or comments?
When is your intent to start school?
We actually went to local school schedules when we requested our consolidation. I think we just wanted to keep this waiver for flexibility purposes. Up until this past year, we did start school earlier. And so if we decide, or if our school community decide that we need to start earlier, we would like to have the flexibility to do so.
I'm not a fan of if.
Okay.
I'm a fan of this is what we want to do.
Okay.
Not saying you can't, just saying I personally am not a fan
Well,
of
I
not
would-
having a solid rationale. So if you said, our data shows that we need to start, our parents have requested that we start, I'm always looking for why.
And so I think, again, if data shows in year 2 of our renewal that we need to push school to start earlier, then we would like the flexibility to make those shifts. Or if our school community, our parents are saying, we want our scholars to begin school earlier, we'd like the flexibility.
Okay.
And with the new options as it relates to calendars that has come out, we just want flexibility.
I'm processing.
Okay, shall we move on and
Yes.
circle back? Okay.
Yes.
The next
Let
waiver-
me stop. I want to ask one more question while we're on calendar. So if you modify your calendar to have an earlier start than is now allowed in law, is that going to be consistent at every campus?
That will be consistent at every campus.
I feel better.
Okay.
I'm still not there, but I'm better.
That was a good answer. All right, where am I?
Number 15.
Yes, ma'am. The 15th, waiver of student services, they're asking to rescind that one. They're also asking to rescind the guidance program waiver, which made Andrea Fortner very, very happy. They're asking to rescind the school level improvement plan, and they are asking to continue their ALE waiver. Did not have any comments on that. On number 19, for some reason on my copy of the application, their code section was cut off, so I just wanted to confirm that they're asking for 617-2201 at SEC. And other than the waivers related to the digital learning plan, that's all I have on the legal review, but we can go over those waivers if you're ready for them.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, if you'll just confirm that's the code section.
Tripwalter APSRC, I will confirm on the classified employee salary waiver that the section is still Arkansas Code annotated or Series Section 617-2201 at SEC. And as Ms. James said, on the final application that was included on page 77, but as she said also, apparently hers got clipped off, but we did make an effort to make sure that was in there.
And then it's my understanding that the school wishes to continue with the waivers related to their digital learning plan. They have class size, which is, I don't know if you need me to list the citations, but they have class size, teaching load, 6-hour instructional day, clock hours, and recess. I believe that's everything.
What was the last thing?
Recess?
Recess.
Yes, ma'am.
How many students are currently participating in your digital learning program?
Currently, we have 12.
All right. Any other concerns, Ms. James?
No, ma'am, no other concerns. If I can just ask Ms. Noel to confirm that everything that I've outlined in my final legal review is correct.
Yes, ma'am, I can confirm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, would you like to start us off with questions?
Yes, I would. Thank you. This is a good presentation. Let me tell you, I cut to the chase. Here's my concern. Great presentation from a district level. I was looking at some of the scores for some of the schools, and I am really concerned. So what I need to hear is how you all plan to address school improvement. Two that a couple that stood out for me was Capital City and Pine Bluff.
Good morning, Rosanna Malanga, Principal Instructional Leader at Capital City Lighthouse. Several ways that we are looking to address school improvement, starting from teacher level, is ensuring that we are having ongoing professional development, consistently ensuring we're looking at data. We have data days every Tuesday, so we are looking at data to make sure that drives our instruction. One of our
biggest pieces right now is attendance. So we have increased attendance. We know that when our scholars are in the building, they are there and able to learn. So we have several attendance initiatives going. We have parent buy-in, student buy-in. Again, as I said, when we know that the students are in the building, we know that we are able to get the information to them.
Okay, let me just kind of follow up on that a little bit. Well, I can hear from about the other school. Questions will probably be the same for both.
Good morning. My name is John Osborne. I serve as the instructional leader for Pine Bluff Lighthouse Elementary and Middle School Academy. One of the beautiful things about consolidating as a district is the things Mrs. Malonga just spoke about. We are doing similar things in our building. Some additional pieces, we really are emphasizing that teacher growth, that teacher development, ensuring that teachers are on a certification path of some type. We are also utilizing the PLC process very, very heavily in our building. For the first quarter and a half of school, we were meeting twice a week to make sure we understood the PLC process and we knew how to go through it. The system of support that we provided with the PLC really, really emphasized rigor and excellence in all classrooms. Bell-to-bell teaching, backwards planning, starting with the essential standards and making sure we use data to really identify what the students needed. At this point in the year, the teachers have a strong understanding of the PLC process and it is able to be teacher-led by strong facilitators in the PLC. At this point, we are now being able to offer one-on-one coaching from myself as well as the other instructional leaders in the building. The PLC process was the groundwork, really emphasized collaboration. It hit all the components of test. It was really, that was our core, that was our foundation we were able to stand on and make sure we, again, emphasize that rigor and excellence to all in the building. And now that process is self-directed with the instructional leaders helping and supporting and us providing one-on-one coaching to the teachers.
Mm-hmm. So from a, you put a lot of, rightly so, you put the emphasis on what you all are doing for teachers. What are your expectations as an outcome of this work that you all are doing now? Are we looking for growth, or tell me what your plans are, what you see coming?
So we are looking for multiple things. To start off with, we want to see growth. We want to find something that we're excited for, that we can build off of. We found success. We are currently in the winter testing for NWEA. We haven't completed, but our building right now is alive and excited because we are starting to see growth. That's just the first part. The second part is seeing student achievement and closing that learning gap, as was discussed in the goals, meaning more students leave, need support, more students enter that exceeding and proficient and ready category. So right now we are standing on growth, using just right instruction, using differentiation in the classrooms. We can push students at their exact level and make sure they see the success of that growth, make sure the teachers see that. Once they see that, now we're pushing towards achievement. Now we want to make sure, are we getting the essential standards? Are we mastering the grade level standards that are in front of us? That way we can be proficient, we're growing, and again, we're narrowing that gap between needs, support, and ready.
Okay.
And similar, Rosanna Malanga, similar at Capital City Lighthouse, we are looking for growth and student achievement. One of the ways that we have done this is by shifting in our schedule. We wanted to make sure our just right instruction time really focused in on those growth areas where we were able to fill those gaps that students may have. So we've extended this time to about 60 minutes a day. In addition to that, we have changed our format. So instead of it being a whole group, then small group format, we run small groups in a blended learning environment in classrooms. This way we know, again, we're able to attack those growth areas in addition to hitting those achievement spots that we need for students. And going back to those data days, we're able to see those areas where we're lacking or where we need to go back and fill in.
I think it's been a few years ago, but I believe I actually visited Capital City. It was after the flood, I believe. So my concern is just, I know we're just coming off a couple of COVID years, so you kind of get a buy for now, another time to kind of do a reset like all districts are doing after the couple of years of COVID. But for me, the fundamental of charter schools or traditional public schools is teaching and learning. And we have to be on there has to be some growth in the learning aspect. So for me, that's what we're going to be looking to hold you accountable for. Okay, thank you.
Williams, I forgot to tell up front that Stacy Smith and I visited the Lighthouse schools in Pine Bluff, and then Miss Felicia Shelton and I visited Capital City and the Jacksonville campuses. And I think the progress is really showing. You've got Miss Noel has assembled an amazing team at all of the buildings, and I tell you, you just have to dance yourself into the door in Pine Bluff. I've been in school business all my life, and it was probably one of my most exciting, I can't wait to get in here. And I could see it on the kids and the parents. It was really such a, come on in, we're all waiting on you, and let's get started. And we went to Capital City, and the students, was that fourth grade? Wasn't that fifth grade? It was fifth grade was doing an activity, and we just Felicia and I walked into the room to observe, and the kids pulled me right into a group, and I went on the adventure with them, and it was exciting to see them digging into reading in such an innovative way. The teacher made reading so exciting, but they had to comprehend to complete the activity, and they were moving around the building and looking for clues, and one of the students pulled the wrong clue. Nobody said anything, but when they found the right clue, he, instead of just putting it down because they were in a competition, he went back and put it back on the wall so that someone else could get it. And just that kind of community, I think, is critical. So I had a great time. And Miss Felicia says she had a wonderful time too. And it was also an opportunity to go on the base and see Flightline. Most people don't get to see Flightline, but it's a small school, but it was truly amazing to see the kids working. And the other thing that's really interesting is how the principals are working together to do their club activities. They're really being innovative in engaging kids in things that they're passionate about, which hopefully is going to bring more attendance, more understanding of, I'm trying to teach math and science because you're going to be using that in something that you may be passionate about in the future. So it was really an impressive visit to all of the buildings to walk. I mean, we walked through, I think, every classroom in the whole entire district. So got our steps in, and got to see really awesome kids from the very early classrooms to the high school. It was really impressive to see the transformation that's been going on in this district. All right, Dr. Wright McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation. Dr. Williams got into quite a bit of my other questions, so we won't go into those, but I did want to give you an opportunity to give us just a little bit more detail on your Agri-STEM plans, and what does that look like for development, implementation, just some more background on that process.
So a little bit of background. We've been working very closely with the Pine Bluff community and the University of Arkansas at Fayetteville and at Pine Bluff this past summer in our efforts to really lean into what is it that will drive learning and get our students and our scholars' families excited. The Agri-STEM concept came up. And so reaching out to both universities, they came to the table and let us know that they would assist us in pulling together a curriculum. And if this was something that we really wanted to go hard and switch our total model towards, they would help us pull those things together. So we're working with them. We've reached out to CTE. Yes, yes. We've reached out to your office. I'm so sorry. We've reached out to your office to to make sure that what we're coming up with is in line with what we need to be giving our scholars. We've also visited other schools across the country, one in particular, Chicago High School for Agri-STEM, just to get a lens on what it is that we could do with this concept. And so with y'all's blessing, we'll continue to work with your office to really formulate this idea and get it to our scholars and families.
I guess my other question is, at what grade level do you anticipate starting the program to be offered?
So actually, we are attempting to start this K-8.
Okay. So there won't be any high school option?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Okay.
And I will say that although agri-STEM, public service, social entrepreneurship, those particular programs will be highlighted at each one of the different schools. Each school will have some pieces of those different programs in their schools, but specific schools will highlight those different areas.
Because what I would encourage you, after we have these conversations, if you would specifically reach out to our agricultural science and technology office.
Okay.
Because even though, you know, you're going to be offering it at lower grades, there are options that are available for elementary through grade 8 for curriculum options.
Yes.
And so that would help you to prevent you from having to reinvent the wheel.
Exactly.
And then those options would better lead into the secondary options that we are working on trying to get in place in Jefferson County, because currently we don't have a lot of that available.
Understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
Saraceni?
You've answered most of my questions. I just want to, I would like to see how, maybe in the future, how emphasizing the PLCs is showing student growth, because I'm assuming this is fairly new cohort, and I know enough probably about the PLCs to kind of be dangerous. No, I'm kidding. But I know you're offering now a guaranteed viable curriculum. And with that, I know that you're going to see student growth. We may just not see it now because of the pandemic, but we should see it in the future. So maybe that's something to consider going forward, just to kind of see how emphasizing on the PLCs that it will, it directly ties to the student growth. And I know it takes 2 to 3 years to make change.
Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a couple questions as a non-educator, and I'll tell you that, you know, all these other folks are professionals. I'm not, but I do care about education, and I care about what you're doing. So let me just ask a question about the change in the mission statement. And so as a non-educator but a business person, I look at what you are doing, and you're consolidating charters, and that's a big deal. That's a big restructuring deal. And then you're changing your mission statement, which is also a big deal. So talk to us a little bit about why you're doing that, and I'm assuming you're doing it because you're trying to improve some of these schools. And but I'd like to hear some detail on that. And then let me ask you, if once you consolidate all the schools, do they all come together so that you report one school from now on, or will you continue to report the school results separately in the future?
So thank you for your question. It is exactly what you were thinking. Once we consolidated back in June, we knew that we needed to revisit our mission and our vision, our why. Prior to, our focus had been arts infusion into our curriculum. And although that served us well in the past, we didn't believe it would serve us in our future. our parents. We talked a lot to our school community, and you'll hear us reference school community because we not only think about scholars, but we're thinking about our families as well as the communities as a whole that we serve. And after we were able to speak with them, that is how we came up with the focus areas as well as the new mission and vision of what our communities wanted our scholars to be. And so hopefully that answered that question.
Okay, so the change in the mission statement was collaborative effort.
Yes,
throughout the system.
Yes.
So in the future, when you report, will you report one result from all schools combined? Will you have Pine Bluff, Capital City, Jacksonville all still separately reported?
So there will always be data for each one of the schools, but we will report as a district.
Okay.
They're considered a district with schools. So they do get some data reported at the district level, but we're required at the state and federal to provide a full school report for each LEA or each school campus.
So what I was trying to do is I was looking at your application on page 4, and I was trying to track the schools, and I'm going to use the abbreviations that you guys use, and y'all correct me. So the first one was JLEA, so Jacksonville.
That's Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary Academy.
Okay.
And then we have Jacksonville Flightline Academy, which serves our middle school 5-8. And then we have our Jacksonville Lighthouse High School Academy, which is our, it actually is a 7-12 campus. Then we also have our Capital City Lighthouse Elementary Academy, that is a K-5, and our Pine Bluff Lighthouse Elementary Academy, which is K-6, and then Pine Bluff.
Yeah, makes sense. So when I look at the JLEA, it was a D, and then it's now a C, and then COVID hit, so we don't know what that is, but that shows improvement. And so I put a good check mark there. And then for the Flight Academy, it was a B, and it's now an A. And so that's fantastic improvement. You know, that's what we all strive for. And then for JLHSA, it was a D, and it's now a C. So you know, clearly you all know how to improve schools. So that was all good. And then you look down at Capital City and Pine Bluff, which is what we've asked most of our questions about, and those grades have not improved, and they're low grades, so they were concerning to me. And I want to make sure that we don't lose track of that as we merge and as we go forward, and probably what you would say is that all will help this. So let me ask you, I guess my questions, I've been talking a lot, but my question is, as a layperson who's not a professional educator, how can I see that what you're going to do is going to improve these grades? Now, I do like your new goals, and so maybe tell me, as you execute and achieve your new goals, at what point in time do you go from an F to a D and from a D to a C? Is that in the next year, or is that in the next 2 years, or is that an unknown?
I believe it's, I'm gonna let Mr. Cosio answer as our academic leader, but I believe that given the next 2 years, we should see some improvement, right? I think year over year, we're gonna see small improvements, but within the next 2 years, we should see what I deem eye-opening improvements. We are walking, right? We are attempting to figure out, you know, who we are, what we are, and I think if given time, we can see progress. I think, and I'm gonna stop talking and allow him to come in from an academic lens. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. So even this year, I think you'll start to see some of those improvements. As Ms. Arancini pointed out, us trying to put in the POC process and being dedicated to that and disciplined and making sure that we don't step away from it so that we can use that process to improve academics. That's why our focus has been on that need support category, because the scholars in that category definitely, we get no points for them, so that's definitely pulls down our report card grade. And so we are focused on moving those scholars out of that category into close And I do think we will see some of those scholars this year moving out of that category, which would then immediately lead to some improvements in our report card grade. And then as that I think will compound over the years as more of those scholars are moving out of the need support into close and then into ready eventually. I think you'll see those especially over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. And I'm really, even though I talked a lot about the grades, I really have faces of students in my mind when I say that, because I know that the outcomes for the students tie into the grades, and I just want to make sure that we don't lose that in our change process.
To continue what Mr. Baldwin was talking about, when we were making our visit, we talked about possible future amendments, like merging the two campuses at Pine Bluff, because in reality, they're all in one building. So kind of tell us where you are on that thought process.
We may be seeing you soon. We may come back after our time here, and I know you all probably get so tired of seeing.
No, we love it. It's okay.
But we want to get it right.
Okay.
And I'll just be honest. We want to get it right. As we walk through this process, there are going to be some things that, as we're sitting, we're going to see, we need to change this. We need to shift this. And as we see those things, we're going to come back before you and ask, make those requests so that we can get it right.
So, Mr. Baldwin, for example, at the Pine Bluff campus, because they currently right now have 2 LEAs, it would be advantageous for them to make it one, to merge those 2. That would give them a bigger pool of students in their school index report and their report card, because now their groups are very small because their number of students is very small. So, and then it has less standards for accreditation, things to meet, things like that. So it's advantageous for them financially as well as in the reporting. It doesn't change the situation of kids need to learn. So, and that's what they're working on. But if you can free up some of those resources, then you can dedicate them more appropriately to addressing whatever issues you're having. Dr. Flowers?
Ms. Noel, thank you so much to you and your team for your very informative presentation. If you would, could you please share a little more information about Learning Never Ends approach?
Yes, so I have a first grader at Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary, and so when we brainstorming and we're meeting with parents, we think about like, how do we want this experience to feel like to our kids? And so for me, and you talk to our teachers and our families and our parents, it's this real life experiences that happen, things where our kids are learning the academics, they're able to read on the grade level, they have all those proficiencies in place, but then what do they do with it? How do they make it matter? How do they make it relevant? And our Learning Never Ends approach, I think, and you've probably heard this and seen this in some of the others in schools, lots of businesses and people were looking to partner with schools, and we noticed that. And that afforded our kids a lot of opportunities to meet and see people that could make their learning more relevant. One of the partners we talked about is Momentum Venture Labs, which helps startups and helps them to grow. And so for our scholars, it's an opportunity to learn how do you write a business plan? How do you make that, and how do you make reading and writing relevant? Well, you make it meaningful. And so our scholars are able to, during the summer, they were able to come up with business plans and communicate, what does this actually mean? And so for us, that Learning Never Ends approach is the opportunity for our schools, our scholars, and our parents to come together and really try to figure out, how do we apply learning in and out of school through learning showcases. How do we partner with people so that they can come into our school and show us, what does an architect do? How do we use measurement and data? How do we use, having scientists come in? Well, what does real, collection of these materials and those types of things? So the Learning Never Ends approach for us is built on the foundation that kids can read, write, and do math on grade level, and then they are now applying it in real ways that can impact themselves and their community.
That's great, thank you.
Any additional questions? Dr. Wright McMurray?
Just wanted to go back to our conversation about the ag programs. So your current plan is to develop and implement those for K through 8. So then is there an intention to then scaffold up and then add in the 9 through 12? I'm just trying to make sure I have the
Yes, ma'am.
understanding.
That is exactly what we are attempting to do. And again, we're not saying that at the high school in Jacksonville that they won't have pieces of the Agri-STEM program in their school. So that at that high school level, they will be given the opportunity to take courses that are Agri-STEM focused. And that would be that first cohort. But the K-8 at Pine Bluff is a K-8 school. Our goal is to start that there and hopefully scaffold them.
So the Jacksonville Lighthouse campus is also going to offer ag programs?
There will be pieces of it at Jacksonville because again, even though the focus for Jacksonville is public service, there will be pieces of social entrepreneurship and Agri-STEM in that school as well.
So all of your campuses are going to start to implement
Yes.
the ag programs?
Yes.
Okay.
But the focus school will be Pine Bluff, which is K-8.
Okay.
I think for us, one of the things that we talked about is, again, going back to this idea of getting it right. So if you think about our third graders right now, we would love for, at the end of this charter, to be able to say, okay, we know how to do school really well down there. The kids are performing exactly where they need to be. And now they're ready for high school and the Ag STEM programs in high school. So I think it's important for us we want to lift these Ag STEM so that they can be ready to go and do those high school things. But we got to get the academics solid. And I think that's our first priority at this moment with it. And then, of course, still incorporating the Ag STEM so that they can be ready for the high school.
I guess I just again encourage you to work with our ag office. I think there's a process that's in place that could be useful so that as you're working your students through the lower grades, then they have somewhere to go. And then the students that are at the secondary level have a really strong option that gives them some good skills so that they do decide to go on to UAPB or wherever else to pursue that. They're better prepared for that process because sometimes we kind of piecemeal classes here or there, it becomes not as productive for the student. So,
All right. Any other questions or concerns? Ms. Noel, if you will just confirm that after we take a vote and decide to do whatever, that we would want to put on our bullet that the digital learning plan is included in this request for renewal.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. With all of that said, you have another question? Go right ahead, Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you. So final question. In looking at your improvement plan, do you feel like you have all the resources, financial resources, teaching resources, number of teachers? Are you comfortable that you have enough to make the changes you need to make, or are there some items that maybe you could be helped with? And I'm asking that because I'd like to help if we can. If there's a hole out there or you're nervous about something, let us know.
My team is looking at me because I will ask anybody for money anytime. No, we do have, I think we are set for our shift, but we will always take additional money or resources. But yes, I think we are situated to where we can make this shift and do it with fidelity.
All right. I'm ready for a motion.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
The motion. And it may need to be part of the motion, but it may not need to be part of the motion. So I'm seeking clarification. I would like for the two schools that had the Ds and the Fs to come back in 2 years to at least give a report on how they're doing towards improvement. I know that the panel is in the past and probably still can bring school districts back at any time. So my question would be, do we need to include that in a motion, or would just follow up separately on that?
So Dr. Williams, I think if you make it part of the motion, it's intentional, and you're correct. We can pull a charter in at any time based on information for the panel to review. So our office does review all of the data, but if you feel that it's critical for one of our charters that's up for renewal to be in good shape for their next renewal, then certainly it's appropriate to add it to the motion.
Thank you. I'm ready to make a motion whenever you're called for it.
I'm ready, Dr. Williams.
Okay. I move that the Arkansas Lighthouse Academies charters, Arkansas Lighthouse Academies be renewed, the charter for a 5-year period, and that the campuses with the Fs and Ds at the last grade, when the last time grades were issued, would provide an update on their academic improvement in 2 years to the panel.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Mr. Baldwin to approve Arkansas Lighthouse Academies for a 5-year period with a second-year report of those aforementioned schools and with the waivers as discussed today. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. If you will give us a moment to share their rationales for their votes. Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion for the renewal of the Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. Continue building an ecosystem of supports and resources that allows your scholars to succeed. Looking forward to seeing how the emphasis placed on PLCs will impact student growth in the future.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
I voted for. I support the motion to renew Arkansas Lighthouse Academy's charter. I strongly encourage leadership to connect with the Division of Career and Technical Education, Office of Agricultural Science and Technology to further discuss options for development and implementation of their Ag-STEM component. I look forward to learning more about their efforts to improve outcomes for their students, especially on their Capital City and Pine Bluff campuses.
Dr. Flowers?
I vote to approve this renewal for Arkansas Lighthouse Academy with the DF campuses providing updates in year 2. I look forward to hearing about your continued efforts to meet the needs of students, address student growth, and your work to engage and empower all of your scholars to be academically sound.
Mr. Baldwin?
I support the motion to approve the renewal, and I'm encouraged by your focus and effort to make some big changes to improve the schools, and I look forward to the 2-year report on the improvement.
And Dr. Williams?
Yes, I support the motion. Lighthouse Academy is working towards improving teaching and learning, especially in those schools that received the D and the F. And looking forward to seeing the results of the Ag-STEM program.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Ms. Noel. As you know, DESE is here to assist, and DESE is extended into CTE, so DCTE. We're all willing to help, and just requires you to reach out with your particular topic. Thank you all. The panel will take a lunch break and reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you. All right. We will get started with our next action item. Mr. Johnston, if you're ready to introduce them.
Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock is next. They are requesting that the charter be renewed for a 10-year period. The campus serves grades K through 8. The current enrollment cap is 540 students. The charter will continue to follow a traditional education model, and the charter is requesting to double their enrollment cap incrementally over a 5-year period, adding 108 students annually. If approved, the yearly enrollment cap would be as follows. The next school year, 22-23, 648 students. 23-24, 756 students. 24-25, 864 students. 25-26, 972 students. And then in the academic year of 2026-2027, 1,080 students.
Thank you. If everyone speaking on behalf of Exalt Academy would stand, raise your right hand. If you're here to support them, I'd stand up too. So we'll just do this one time. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. As you're coming to the microphone, if you'll be sure and state your name and your title, and then make sure that you're staying close to the microphone for the recording. Good morning, Ms. Long.
Good
Or
morning.
Good afternoon, I guess.
Good afternoon. So I wanted to make sure, is this the PowerPoint?
Yes, and you have approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. My name is Tina Long. I serve Exalt Academy as the superintendent. With me today, I have our principal, Mr. Darrell Hinton. We are honored and excited to present to you today. So the mission of Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock is that we prepare students from underserved community of Southwest Little Rock for competitive colleges and advanced careers, but from a very early age by ensuring the mastery of our core subjects and developing the key behaviors required for success, citizenship, and leadership in our community. So the mission of Exalt Academy has not changed since the inception of the charter. It's the same mission, and we are holding very true to that mission by serving the community of Southwest Little Rock. So today in the presentation, we're going to talk about our leadership. We're going to talk about our student body, the academic model, our academic achievement, finance and operations, and then have a few student testimonies. So this is our leadership. So Exalt Academy has a governing board of directors that's local, that all have ties to the Southwest community. This board is very committed, not only to Southwest, but to our school. We started with a local board of directors that navigated startup with us, very humble beginnings, took us through great times of challenge and led us to the stability that you see now. Our board of directors has set us up in a position where we are able to have a great influence moving forward in the Southwest community. So on this slide, you'll see our leadership team. Exalt Academy has a very consistent, committed leadership team. The leadership team members have deep expertise in all areas of school management. Represented here are several years of service, deep knowledge in our academic model, in PLCs. They are committed to our mission. They have been with us and rose through the ranks with us, and they're committed to ensuring that every single student at Exalt Academy grows and thrives. So this is a map. The star is the actual location of our campus. We are on 83rd in Geyer Springs. So when we say Southwest Little Rock, we are in the heart of
Southwest Little Rock there. Okay, so this slide shows our very humble beginnings. We started at 123 students in our first year, and we grew very intentionally, very systematically, and very slowly over the years to the 540 students that we are currently serving in our program. This, to me, indicates parents speaking for the need. There's a demand for our school being fully enrolled. So, Exalt Academy compared just a little bit more because, as we said, who we serve is what's very important to us. So Exalt Academy compared to the Little Rock School District in the state of Arkansas, 96% of our students do qualify for the federal free and reduced lunch program. About 76% of our students are Hispanic, about 22% of our students are African American. We are staying true to our mission from the original charter and serving the population that we said we would serve. So a little closer look. This is a similar schools analysis for you. So schools closest to us in proximity that also serve a very high needs population as well. So we are the green pillar indicating the 96% of our students qualifying for the federal free and reduced lunch program. And then the blue pillars that you see on the bottom there are students qualifying for ELL services or ESOL services. So we have 66% of our students qualifying for ESOL services, which is amongst the highest not only in our area, but actually the state of Arkansas. So, educators across the country know that when you're working with students from poverty or areas from poverty, there are significant environmental challenges that come with those challenges, with those areas. Before we can even start to address academic proficiency, we have to be able to address the needs of our students very directly before we can get to reading or math or any of our standards that need to be taught for us. So unfortunately, many of our students experience several of these, have experienced them or are currently experiencing them. We can't take these environmental challenges away, but what we can do is put programs in place to help our students adapt and adjust to them and deal with them very directly and make sure that their needs are met before we can get to the academics. And so that's what we've done through our academic model. Very strategically put those programs in place for our kids. And then once we meet those needs, no matter what needs they may be, we can then start tackling the needs of academic proficiency for our kids. So from here, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hinton, and he's going to talk a little bit more about our academic model.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Hinton, and I serve as principal, and proudly to do so here at Exalt Academy. I first want to thank you for your time and for all that you're doing for the students of Arkansas. We're excited to be able to offer quality education that meets the needs of the underserved children in our community. There are several features of our school that are specialized. Our students are in school 200 days of the traditional, out of the traditional 178 days. This longer school year allows for 20% additional instruction, thus allowing the students to retain more information with less digression over the summer months. We offer proven curriculum that meets the students where they are. The curriculum is data-driven, explicit, and targeted instruction. We also have a low student-teacher ratio that allows personal one-on-one instruction. As you can see from this slide, we use Maslow's hierarchy where we systematically meet every student's needs. With 96% of our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, we start by meeting the most basic by offering uniform scholarships, after-school meal programs, free school supplies, and many more amenities. Knowing this information,
We have strategically put programs in place at every level to ensure our students can rise to their greatest potential. As far as instruction is concerned, we test students when they enroll in our school, not for entry, but to determine their academic skill levels in the area of mathematics, reading, and language. These students are then placed in a homogeneous group along with other students who are on the same academic level, who will be taught to mastery regardless of where they are. We define mastery as 85% or better on formative tests. We realize that without the foundational skills, we cannot successfully move forward with true mastery. If students do not learn the materials taught, they will be retaught until mastery is demonstrated. What also drives our program is the systematic in-house testing along with the NWEA MAPS tests. We truly meet students where they are and build up on that. As previously stated, we have a large ELL student population that make up 66% of our student body. We have established an ELL department which presently consists of a staff of 5 whose sole responsibility is to meet the needs of our ELL students by pushing into the class so as to make these students inclusive. All of our faculty are trained in sheltered instruction to ensure they are teaching language standards in every subject throughout the day. Our faculty is also trained in RISE and the PLC model and are very familiar with implementation of the Scarborough's rope and its components.
So our goals are completely aligned with the state's goals as far as continuous improvement for every single child. So over the last 6 years, we have experienced a nice upward trend in our overall ESSA score for our school. The dip that you see there is the year that we didn't test, and then the last data point was the pandemic data point there. So what matters most to us and to all educators is that no matter where the child is, whether they're advanced, whether they're on grade level or where they're below, that we meet them directly where they're at and we grow them. It's our responsibility to grow every single child in our school where they're at. So we're super pleased to see that we've exceeded the growth expectation set by the state, and we continue to prioritize academics and continue to prioritize growth for every child. Just recently, we received the Beating the Odds Award from the University of Arkansas Office of Educational Policy in English Language Arts for middle school. We've been honored to receive this award in the past for both reading and for math. We will continue to prioritize academic achievement and growing students, and thankful that we were recognized for this award. Okay. So schools across the country are faced with the challenge of catching kids up on what they've lost on summer academic regression. So this academic regression is particularly impactful for children of poverty. Teachers get to school in the fall and they have their standards and they're ready to teach, and then they have to catch the kids up from everything that they missed or that they lost over the summer. So the columns that you see in the right are the NWEA national average in both. You can see reading is the first one and then math. So children experience regression in the summer nationally. This is a national average. If you look at the other column, the left columns, those are our actual numbers. So Exalt Academy's actual RIC score from the spring to the fall, this just fall 2021. And you can see that our children, not only did they not experience the academic regression that other students experience nationally, but they actually made gains. And the reason that they made gains is because of our longer day and because of our school calendar. We start 2 weeks earlier. We go two to 2.5 weeks longer. We have mastery-based learning, so the children really know it before they move on.
We have targeted instruction. We have a positive behavior model. We have great teachers and great students, of course, but we're really proud of the fact that this structure that we're putting in place is addressing this for our students.
Our culture is a very important factor in our school. We are fortunate to have a great group of students who feel safe and families of our school who feel comfortable by sending their children to our school. We implement a positive behavior model where we teach behavior the same way we teach reading and math. We take a proactive approach which has yielded great success for us, primarily because we accentuate the positive versus negative behavior, highlighting negative behavior. Consequently, this last year, we only experienced 9 suspensions for the entire 2021 school year. And we are on the same trajectory for the 21-22 school year. We stress our core values, which are responsible, respectful, caring, trustworthy, citizenship, and hardworking. From this chart, you can see that Exalt Academy is very financially stable. We are fortunate to have a carryover of over $1 million into the 21-22 school year. We have been great stewards of our funds. We continue to be prudent in our spending, yet still meeting the needs of our school and our students. Because of the money management skills of our Chief Operating Officer, our business manager, and the assistance of APSRC, we have been afforded the opportunity to purchase our existing property with the goal of paying it off completely in 5 years. Even with the purchase, we continue to maintain a stable reserve, and we are very proud of that fact. At this time, we'd like to introduce and present 3 students who will share their thoughts about Exalt. See her?
Hello, my name is Jada Johnson. I am in 5th grade at Exalt Academy. Miss Smith is my teacher. I love Exalt Academy because I get a chance to learn new things. My favorite subject is reading. My teacher helps me to read and learn new words. I have lots of friends too. I love my school.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Allison Palma and I am a 3rd grader at Exalt Academy. I have been at Exalt Academy for 3 years. I really like the teachers and how they take their time to teach us new things. When I come to the school, I feel happy and excited. Exalt Academy makes me feel safe. I love my school, my teachers, and my friends, and I want to graduate from Exalt. When I graduate from Exalt, I will have earned Exalt Academy Alumni Scholarship for my future educational. Thank you for hearing our presentation and considering our charter renewal.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Saza and I am a 7th grade student at Exalt Academy. I have been a student at Exalt for 6 years and I really like it. Over the years I have gained a lot of friends and I have learned a lot as a student. I like Exalt because my teachers challenge me and push me to excel. I am a 7th grader taking 8th grade courses. Next year, I will be taking Algebra 1 English 1 that will allow me to get high school credits. I have 2 siblings at Exalt and we are happy to be here. On behalf of myself and the student body, we thank you.
All right, so Chair Kaufman and members of the Charter Authorizing Panel, I was part of the original planning period 8 years ago. And, excuse me, 3 years ago, I came before you asking for a 3-year charter, knowing that we still had something to prove to you. I believe our school is in a very stable position now. Stable financially, stable academically, stable as far as leadership is concerned. I'm very confident in the deep-rooted leadership team that we have and the expertise that they have, and the ability that we have to execute against our plan. Exalt continues to demonstrate that we are set up for success and set up for achievement. So in order to move our school forward to the next level, educationally, to provide quality educational options for our students, to add quality amenities for our students, we are here seeking a 10-year charter, and we are seeking a cap lift from our current 540 to 1080. We will grow our school slowly and intentionally, as we have over the next 5 years. So thank you for considering our request, and I'm happy to answer any questions as we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. James, if you'll come up and let's go through the waivers, please.
The first waiver that we have is teacher licensure, and I've just asked that the school please confirm that they will meet the qualified teaching requirements and that all special education teachers will have full licensure.
We do confirm.
The second waiver request we have is for ALE, and I did not have any comments regarding that waiver request. The third waiver request was for library media. I did not have any legal comments regarding that waiver request. The fourth is for Gibson and Talented. I did not have any comments regarding that waiver request either. The fifth is for school counseling. I did not have any legal comments. The school does wish to rescind the waiver request for safety of students, employees, and visitors. That's number 6.
I confirm.
And they also wish to waive the request for the rules governing public school student services. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also show that they are asking to rescind their health services waiver.
Correct.
And they do wish to continue their salaries waiver. All those code sections are listed under number 9. And they are also asking for a waiver of the following code sections: 611-129, 617-807, 617-812, 617-908, 621-303B. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the next waiver request is personnel policies.
So, Ms. James, before you move on, what about the website? Was that included?
Oh, okay. That is, they've actually got that listed with their personnel policies waiver.
Okay.
I believe you confirmed that you still only want a waiver of these
Sections, the
that are-
subsections.
Okay, subsections that are listed with personnel policies. So there's a little bit of overlap there, but if they've got it with personnel policies, we're just confirming that that's what they're asking.
But you'll still continue to meet the required
Yes.
postings on the report, on the website?
Yes, for full transparency, yes.
And didn't have any comments on the personnel policies. Regarding board of directors, I did not have any legal comments for that waiver request.
And do you post your board members and their hours in Cycle 5?
Yes, in cycle 5, as well as all of our minutes from our board meetings.
And I didn't see that they were requesting a waiver of 613, 629, so should be good there.
Yes.
The 12th waiver request
So in your presentation, and I know from visiting on site, you have a very low student-teacher ratio. So could you kind of speak to why you're requesting this waiver?
Just for flexibility. So sometimes there may be not in traditional classes. So we offer some other types of classes for students, specialty classes, large caseload classes, where we may merge two groups together and want to still be able to give them a grade for it, for their hard work, but not necessarily, obviously doesn't apply to general ed generally.
Okay.
So it's a flexibility waiver.
The school wishes to rescind the waiver of the guidance program, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was standard 2C2. I'm sorry. And then the 14th waiver request is school day. I did not have any legal comments regarding that request.
So explain that one to us.
We have an extended, ours is kind of the opposite. So we have an extended school day and an extended school year. We do start 2 weeks earlier and go 2 weeks longer. I know that traditionally this is for people going under the amount. We actually go over the amount, and we just want to have that flexibility to do that.
So what in the law prohibits them from going over the 6-hour instructional day?
I mean, I'm not, let me pull that real quick. Generally, like the 6-hour instructional day is go in the opposite direction.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess.
And Ms. Long, you do not have a digital learning plan, so all of your students are on site.
All of our students are on site. We do have a blended learning model where our children have technology. It's a
Right.
one-to-one, but yes, we are all on site.
I don't know if you want to discuss with Tripp, if you want to still request a waiver of that code section, or how you want to handle that.
So we do have some professional development days where we have an early dismissal day. So that may qualify where it's not quite 6 hours. It's 5.5.
But when you do that,
Far
because
exceeded the rest of them.
you've far exceeded your 30 hours
yes.
per week.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if you don't think that the rationale fits the waiver
I just have
request.
exceptionally good teacher wait time.
When you look at me like that, I get a little worried.
I just want it to make sense.
Right.
Trip Walter, APSRC. I guess the way I'm reading it is there are two separate requirements built in there, the 6-hour day and the 30-hour week. And I think what Ms. Long is articulating is there doesn't appear to be a problem, as I see it, with the 30-hour week, but because of the early dismissal day, there would be a problem with the 6-hour.
It's or.
I don't know that that's necessarily been always interpreted that way. So again, out of an abundance
We do
of
for
caution,
every district in the state.
I'm in since for a while.
We could move on. I'll just voice that I'm uncomfortable providing waivers for things that people don't need.
And then we are to number 15, the principal and superintendent licensure. The school wants to continue that. I do not have any legal comments. And then school calendar is number 16. So it sounds like they're starting early already. I don't know if you feel like their rationale.
So it's been a long-held process of starting 2 weeks before traditional schools, correct?
Yes.
but you also go longer on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
other side.
We'd like to rescind that waiver.
Which one?
The one that you just talked about.
School
The
day?
one that the one that you're comfortable with.
Thank you.
We far exceed the hours and we're comfortable.
So the school calendar makes sense in their situation.
Yes.
Because they've been doing it, and it fits into their model of 200 days versus 178 days.
Right, okay. Always want to make sure you're comfortable with that.
I just want it to make sense. That's all I'm asking
That makes
for.
sense to me. I agree with your rationale, so we'll rescind the other.
Yeah. But even the school calendar, we've had lots of conversations about school calendar because we have a new law about the start date, but you've had a consistent process, and it's working, and you have an extended calendar on both sides. So
Yes, ma'am.
we wouldn't want to do anything probably to mess with that. I would encourage you in the future to look at the possibilities of a 12-month calendar. It may not work for you, but it's really something school districts are considering now. So you can look at it and see if it's something for you. You can
Yes.
decide it might not be for you.
We will definitely do that.
All right.
The other concern that we had was the amendment, the request to increase the enrollment cap. Our charter rules are pretty clear about the 35-day notice requirement. And so we argued that the rules were not followed in this case, and I believe that Ms. Long sent a letter to Mike Poor, asking or letting him know that this was going to be heard today, and also asking Secretary Key for a waiver of the notice requirement. And it's my understanding that he denied that request. Is that your understanding, Ms. Kaufman?
It is my understanding.
Okay. That was my last concern.
Ms. Long, could you speak to us? So one of the things when I came back and talked to my team after my visit, Tiffany and I did have a great visit. We walked through every room. Because you have small group student-teacher ratios, you have maximized every nook and cranny of your building. And so kind of prepare us for how you would implement an increased cap, because I feel like today we can't make a decision on that because all of the steps have not been followed to the timeline. But I'm interested to hear your thinking on how you would implement that type of enrollment cap.
Yeah, we have lots of options as far as proximity in the building. So when you pulled into the parking lot, you saw this large yellow building kind of in our parking lot in front. It's actually a separate property, but that has a lot of unutilized space for rent in there. It's unoccupied, so it would literally be in our parking lot. It was a previous school, so it's actually designed with classrooms already. Also, directly across 83rd is a building that is vacant, that is a church that used to be a private school. And so there actually are classrooms set up right there as well. So what we would do is we would probably start out renting or leasing a subset of classrooms in there for probably a smaller group of kids, and then expand strategically over time when it's appropriate for us. We do have several acres, so there's a room on our property to expand as well. But that, of course, would be a longer term construction project and not something we would do immediately.
So for the 2023 school year, you would have to rent to be able to take on the 108 new students.
Yes, the answer is we would not cram them into our building.
Yes. But if we raise the cap, then you have to make the seats available to students if they so desire to join your school. So have you secured the buildings for rent? You've been talking to the landlords and they're agreeable to rent the buildings to you?
Yes, ma'am. We have toured the buildings. We've talked to the landlords. They're anxious to fill the buildings. I think securing space would not be an issue, but of course, we haven't done anything legal without the
Sure.
authorization.
And then would those buildings have to be modified to be safe for children?
They were already schools, both of them, so they're already E-rated. But for long-term construction, yes. For temporary, like bottom floor meaning the entry level, not, the one building has several stories. We wouldn't access the other ones.
And then in your long-term plan of increasing your cap by 500, well, doubling your cap, are you thinking then that you would keep that as a K-8?
Yes, ma'am. We would keep it as a K-8 currently. Our focus right now is 100% on K-8. When our 8th graders graduate from 8th grade, they go into a traditional high school in our area. So we have an alumni director who works, matter of fact, we just enrolled 20 children in Southwest this week. And took all the paperwork to the Little Rock School District, made sure they were all in the right classes. We work directly with the local school districts to do that. But with having such a small 8th grade class, like last year we only had 30-some children, it really limits our children's options and what we can provide for them. So we want to double the K-8 arena for our children so that we can offer in the middle school more advanced coursework for our children. So last year we did offer Algebra 1, this year. This next year we're adding, as Carla said, the English 1 for our students. But we want to add some career and tech options for our students. We want to add a different things, and you can only add those things with growth and with expansion. So that's our intention, is to focus on a K-8 right now and do that for our kids.
Ms. James? So in our standards 4C1 for principals, schools with an enrollment exceeding 500 shall employ at least a full-time principal and a half-time assistant principal, instructional supervisor, or curriculum specialist. So in looking back through their waivers, do they have that waived?
Tell me the standard again.
4C1.
They do not.
So I bring that to your attention because technically, aren't you a little over 500 right now?
Mm-hmm. We're at 540. We do have a
That's your cap, but
That's our
what's your
cap.
actual enrollment?
540.
You're at your cap.
We're right at our cap. We do have a full-time vice principal. There he is.
Okay. You're good to go.
And we have 3 instructional specialists.
Okay. You're good to go. You don't need a waiver. Just checking. Trying to keep you out of trouble.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So, Ms. James, my understanding is we can consider the renewal time. We can consider the waivers, but we can't consider the enrollment cap until the time period has passed, and maybe come back in January and consider that. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, ma'am. With the denial of the request for the waiver of the rules, I don't think that the amendment could be approved today. We are very close, if not past the 35-day deadline for the January cap. So I don't know if it would be possible to hear this in January. I did, point that out to Mr. Walter on another school that we're getting pretty close to that deadline.
So it would be January or February. So
Maybe February.
is Little Rock the only school district that has to be contacted?
Yes.
Yeah, they were contacted.
Are they the only district that has to be contacted?
Superintendent of the local school district.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you only pull students from Little Rock?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we have less than a very, very small percentage of students who may be traveling from North Little Rock because maybe their family, work, but the overwhelming majority are right in Southwest.
The rules say the local school district.
Okay. All right. Now we know what we're working with. You want to add to that?
Yes, not the notice, Trip Walter, not the notice piece, but, and I haven't discussed this with Ms. James, but given that, as she said, we are apparently on the verge of the deadline for having that piece, the amendment piece, be considered by you next month, would it be possible to consider, given what Exalt has done at this point, that the amendment request has been submitted? Because it was part of the application, there has been notice, and that part has been fulfilled, maybe along with some other administrative cleanup that has to be done and start the time clock running, so it would be fair for you to hear it in January.
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
I will defer to my attorney.
Okay. I'm requesting.
Feels like a trick question.
No, I'm requesting if it's deemed feasible.
It looks like they, of course, have sent notice to Superintendent Poore. However, I believe that the letter mentioned that it would be heard at this meeting. I would go ahead and send another letter just to be doubly sure. Obviously, he knows that you are wanting to amend your charter. I would send another letter with the correct charter authorizing panel meeting date. That would ease my mind quite a bit.
And would that correct charter panel meeting be January or February?
That is a really good question. I don't know if that's ever come up before. Let me look at this just real quick.
And Ms. James, we could just let you and Mr. Walter work on that, and then we can go ahead and get our questions accomplished, and y'all can come back and guide us on that.
I think I could answer your question.
Okay.
Actually, it has to be 35 days prior to the date of the authorizer meeting at which the request will be heard. So I would argue that it would need to be 35 days prior to the actual meeting date. Even if there's already been a letter sent and they're aware of the amendment, but you may have a different interpretation. The notice to the superintendent.
So if we go from the original date sent to Mr. Poore, it was December the 8th? 3rd? December 3rd. And then the recommendation is to do a follow-up and just clarify with him that we would have it, we should have it by January.
Yes, with the correct meeting date, since he's already been notified. I'm going to say that January.
I think that would meet that requirement.
Additional consideration, as long as he is aware of the correct meeting date in case he wants to appear.
That
and
agreeable?
oppose the amendment, but again, I would also like to see their debt request with a lease for the new building as well. Hopefully that
Once
can
it's,
happen between.
once it's approved,
It has to be approved by the state board. So I'm concerned that if the amendment is approved and they don't have a building, the same as you're concerned that if they enroll more children, they have to find seats. So I'm a little bit concerned about the timing of securing the lease and the amendment being approved.
so possibly. Yes. Why don't in January, so when you do your additional letter to Mr. Poore, notifying him of the January date, why don't you also, when you send that to, it'll be Dr. Sutherland over here, so when you send that to him, also send him some kind of letter from your potential future landlord,
Yes.
that they would be willing to,
Rent for X amount for this amount of term.
for this length of time?
Yes.
However.
No problem, we can do that.
That way, once you get it through the charter panel, then
We can execute.
you got a little bit more security of getting it toward the state
Yes,
board.
ma'am, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Tim Johnston, Desi Charter Unit. I just wanted to correct the record. I received a copy of the letter on December 3rd, but the letter sent to Mr. Poor was dated December 1st.
December 1st. That's even better. All right. You good with that?
Yes, yes. Well, I just wanted to add one more thing, a technical point that might make the panel feel a little bit better about the parent decision. Besides the notice piece, of course, that talks about the amendment being in a certain amount of time, and as all of you know, amendments, while they're usually done separately on a separate form, with renewal, that's built into the application. So the amendment, I think, has been on file in plenty of time.
Right.
We'll fill that piece.
Yeah, that part, we're not worried about that part. It was the notification to the school district.
Well, I understand it, but just wanted to reiterate
Sure.
that would help.
All right, let's get to questions. Dr.
Fun part.
You ready?
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Excuse me, come back to me, please.
All right, will do. Dr. Wright McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation, and this was one of the schools that I did have an opportunity to visit, and I really did enjoy my visit. I was able to go, like you said, through all of the grades, and saw students were very well engaged and had a very good environment as well. I know while we were there, we did get a chance to talk a little bit about your opportunity to begin to offer some CTE offerings, especially for students in the upper grades that would be transitioning on to high school. So my hope is that we continue to move that forward. But those are just my comments right now. I don't have any other questions because a lot of my questions were asked and answered during our visit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Saraceni.
To me a little about putting teachers on pathways to licensure.
Pathways to licensure, okay. So we have several teachers that are in the Apple program as well. That's the #1 method that we use for our teachers. We have teachers who are already licensed. Let's see. We offer a mentorship program within the school to make sure that we do that. We accommodate all required teaching assignments necessary. So, for example, if they're getting their licensure in 5-8, we make sure to move them to that so they can get that practice in there. So any accommodations or modifications that we need for the licensure program, we comply with as well.
Are you doing anything to address teacher retention possibilities?
Yes, absolutely. So we have several layers of teacher retention. Of course, we're offering a 4.9% increase each year for the next three years. Last year was the first year of that. We've guaranteed that for our staff. We have built in what's called a Exalt service. So service within the Exalt network. So if you have been a teacher with Exalt, because we have a specialized model and they're trained in that, they receive an additional stipend on top of that. We're also giving additional stipends for licensed teachers as well to encourage licensed teachers to come as well. We have, let's see, the 4.9% increase. If you're Spanish speaking, you get an additional stipend because we have a large Spanish population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are great things. I don't think that a lot of people realize that you do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin.
I'm interested in why you all are applying for a 10-year period of time versus a 5.
Stability for us within the, sorry, I'm a walker. Okay, stability for us long-term. So we have a vision long-term in that we want to build up our campus and beautify it. Our note for our mortgage is 5 years. Will be completely paid off in 5 years. That's going to free up a tremendous amount of resources for us. We believe you have,
Our campus previously was a church that we have reconfigured into a school. We have long-term visions of soccer fields and science labs and amenities that are going to take a significant amount of resources, time, capital investment into the property. And we feel that those type of things will come to us a little easier when you have a 10-year charter with the state and people know you're going to be around.
So we're okay with that 10-year? Is that a normal?
I think you have to weigh it with their academics. And we have, gosh, Tim, do we have Lisa? We extended Lisa for some length of time. I can't remember. Yeah, we have more than, we have some that have longer periods of time. I think you can have it up to 20 years. Is that right? Somebody nod at me. Yes, that's correct.
So my follow-up question then would be, great presentation.
Thank you.
A great package of material. I'm a little bit surprised to see the score, the grade for the school of D, 2 Ds, because it doesn't feel like you should be graded that way. So help me understand why you have 2 Ds and why we should do 10 years if you have Ds.
It's a great question.
In your grade. Yeah.
I think that what's important to us at Exalt and important to all of you, which is why the state of Arkansas has done a phenomenal job with the ESSA scores, is growth for our students. A lot of states just look at proficiency, and we have really strategically and purposely incorporated growth as a percentage for our students, but it is just a percentage for our students. So for us, when we come before you, our guarantee to you is that we will continue to meet every kid where they're at and then grow them to a higher expectation than what the state has set, so higher than the growth mark, and we have done that consistently. Not always when you're dealing with a student population who don't speak English when they come to you in 4th or 5th, 6th, 7th grade, or we get children who, for whatever reason, can't behaviorally make it in a traditional public school. Put them in our school with our positive behavior model. As Mr. Hinton mentioned, only 9 suspensions for the whole year. We keep the kids in the school with us. So doing those sorts of things with that population doesn't always directly equate over to the letter grade system that the state has set forth. Now, the state system is wonderful and appropriate, but it has to apply to a wide range of schools, from schools that are in extremely affluent areas to schools that serve a population similar to us. And so it's a challenge when you're doing that. So I guess I would just say that that's something you kind of have to reckon with us. That's why I really intentionally pull out the upward trend of proficiency for our students, because they have to move up. And I continually focus on the growth of our students.
Are you focused on the letter grades at all? I mean, is that a metric that you measure yourselves by?
Do I lose sleep over it? Yes. Do I wish it wasn't there? Yes. But I want so badly to get there, and every year we're this much closer and this much closer. And that year, right before the pandemic, it was just points away. And so yes, I focus on it, and that is one of our goals internally.
Dr. Flowers.
Again, thank you for your very informative presentation. As you just mentioned, very impressive, your suspensions versus enrollment by year. What I would like to ask you to expound upon is your creation of the positive behavior plan. How have you seen it actually impact academics?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So the positive behavior plan is the backbone of our school. So part of the positive behavior plan is that we meet kids where they're at, meaning not only academically, but behaviorally as well. Sometimes, let's give an example. Sometimes the child's goal on their behavior plan is, I need you to stay in the classroom. Now, in a traditional school, perhaps the child's walking around the classroom and doing no work. They're not going to be rewarded and recognized for doing nothing in the classroom. For us, we're like, hey, they're not fleeing the classroom, they're not throwing a desk,
and they're not running out into the street. And that's what they were doing before. So you're rewarded and recognized for doing that. And then a week later, the goal is, hey, I need you to stay in your seat. So it's an incremental process for our kids. They stay in their seat every day. Every day that teacher rewards and recognizes them. Thank you for being attentive, being in your seat. The next week is, here's your modified work. Your work is, I need you to do 20% of this. Lo and behold, it may take months, doctor, but once they are there, you now have a child who's completing all their coursework and being successful, and you're rewarding them and recognizing them for that. We've seen great impact with our student behavior on academics.
Dr. Williams?
Yes. For a couple of my question was already asked. The tenure and the 2Ds was kind of an automatic for me, and a good response from that. And I was impressed. The 2Ds caught my attention, but you covered that when you talked about and showed the diagram of the growth. How you exceeded the state growth. And the behavior is interesting to me also, how much emphasis that you all put on that. And it seems like it's paying dividends here. So I guess in summary, I'm telling you what I'm kind of struggling with here. I'm struggling with the 2Ds, which is kind of mitigated by the growth, and the 10-year period. Is kind of where, 5 sounds about right, but could you just, I know you spoke to this once, but could you speak for it again, understanding my concerns on why 10 years for you?
Sure, absolutely. We have a trajectory for our school, a plan for our school. We have purchased the building, and the building will be paid off in 5 years. So in 5 years, we will start a process of rebeautification of our campus and changing our campus into something our students can be really proud of and can be a real hallmark in the middle of Southwest Little Rock. So in order to do that type of a renovation project, a beautification project, and also to offer the type of amenities that our students deserve, full legal-size soccer fields, beautiful gymnasium for our students. Those type of things are going to require capital, and we want to be able to provide those things. So that's the trajectory that we have. We believe the 10-year charter will not only offer the stability for our staff, but the stability for stakeholders, so that we can provide those type of things directly for our students.
When do you expect, in looking at the 10-year timeline, when do you expect to meet your cap on enrollment? At the end of 10 years or before the 10 years?
Who do we expect to what?
No. When do you expect to reach your cap on enrollment? You're going from, what, about 500 to 1,000?
At the end of 5 years. So the goal is at the end of 5 years, yes. So the goal is we'll grow slowly at the end of 5 years. After the 5-year period, 2 things will be happening. Building will be paid off. We'll be serving 1,080 students, and then we can start that next phase for us in our long-term planning process.
Okay, and do you intend to increase grade level over this time period, or are you just going to stay K through 8?
We're going to focus on being wonderful at K-8.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
So Ms. Long, I think the 10-year thing is the one that I struggle with, and the reason I struggle with it is, so it makes sense to me that in the next 5 years, you're going to pay off your facility and you're going to double in size. So you're going to be investing with landlords in whatever possible buildings that you decide to use. And then you're going to embark on your next phase. It makes sense to me that that might be the time when you would want to get your tenure. And so kind of help me think why the 10 years right now instead of the 10-year being after you've made it through this growth period.
Well, we've been in operation 8 years so far, and I think that the last 6 years on all of the paperwork we've shown you has shown an upward trajectory in academics. I feel like we've proven ourselves. I feel like the students are performing, the children are performing, there's a demand and there's a need. Honestly, when we were looking at the 10 years, we looked at what other schools were getting as well, and there were other schools receiving extended periods of charter renewal. And we believe that our students deserve that stability as well.
Do you anticipate that that 10-year gives you any leverage in renting these additional buildings or possibly purchasing?
Absolutely.
Explain that a little bit.
Well, you know, that's what people, they look at revenue coming in, and I mean, if that's the bottom line, right? Is that when someone's lending you money, or they look at, are you going to be in operation? Is there continuous revenue coming in? We are paid by the amount of children we service. So if you're servicing more children and you have a contract with the state to serve more children for a longer period of time, that provides less of a liability to the person renting to you or leasing to you.
Baldwin?
So I'm a banker, so I get what you're saying. I think if I was going to loan you money, the most important thing for me would be the quality of the program,
Yes.
to see the Ds improved. And the second most important thing would be the number of students
Yes.
that you serve, because that's revenue to you.
Absolutely.
The 10 years would not be a big deal to me. I think if you get a 5-year, which is consistent with what most charters get, the 10 years, there are some out there, but they don't generally have Ds, and they, you know, they're larger programs. But I wouldn't be so, I guess my advice would be don't be hung up about that.
Okay.
I think if you can get your doubling in size, that's the big step.
Yes, sir.
And then you can do I like the chairwoman's comment about maybe next time is the time to do the 10-year.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, just to comment on that also, the balance to that, just so we know, is that as a panel, we could call them in at any time. You know, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, we always have that ability to say this is not right and so forth. So anyway, just to put that out there. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion?
So just for my clarification, because it seems like that's the 10-year request as part of some reservation. So with the consideration of Dr. Williams' comments, is that something that the panel would want to consider, to have that to be a part of the motion? Is that at a certain time period that they would have to come back in for a review, given that extended time period?
We would be happy to do any annual presentation or updates.
Yeah. And I'd be okay with that. My comment was not my firm position personally. It was just advice. So if we wanted to do the 10-year, that was the will of the panel. But to have you all come back in a couple of years and update us, that'd be.
We would be happy to do that.
Sure.
And for my fellow panel members, you know it's easy for me to make that suggestion.
But you remember what I said yesterday, when my thoughts align with yours, I feel like I'm on the right track, so. So it was a good suggestion to make.
Okay.
All right. Yes, is someone ready to make a motion? Go, Ms. Saraceni.
I recommend motion to renew Exalt's charter for 10 years with an update every 2 years. Did I say that correctly, Chair, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
second that motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Saraceni and a second by Dr. Wright McMurray to renew Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock for a 10-year period with a biennial update, including the waivers as we have discussed, but not including the enrollment cap. That will be considered in January as an
Yes.
amendment. Okay. And we did not include digital learning plan in this application,
No, ma'am.
correct? Everybody good with that? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the consideration. We're looking forward to presenting to you again in January.
All right.
So if you will hang on just a second, our members will share their thoughts about the motion. Dr. Wright McMurray, would you like to go first?
I voted for the motion, sorry. Got a little bit of contact there. I support the motion to renew Exalt Academy's charter. They have developed and implemented a model that improves social and academic outcomes for their students who come from traditionally underserved populations. Exalt Academy's plan to focus solely on K-8 instruction will allow them to master and continue offering effective education to their population of students. For this reason, I encourage them to work with Division of Career Technical Education, develop and offer CTE curriculum for middle school age students.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Saraceni?
I support the motion for renewal at Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock. Continue with the mission of serving high-need populations and teaching to mastery level while providing those wraparound services that students need to grow and learn.
Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve the 10-year renewal with a progress review every 2 years for Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock with waivers as discussed. I look forward to hearing about your continued efforts to engage your students as they develop both academically and socially.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I support the motion. You guys are doing good work. I encourage you to pay attention to your grades on the school, but I know you're making a difference for the students, so thank you.
And Dr. Williams?
Yes. Oh, I'm not on mute. Okay, good. Support the motion. The Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock prepares students from educationally underserved areas of Southwest Little Rock to be competitive academically. This is accomplished by a student achieving mastery in subject areas. Also, I like the biannual update with the 10-year renewal.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you, Ms. Long.
Thank you.
Good job.
Dr. Coffey, thank you. We
You're-
appreciate all the support that the state gives us on an ongoing basis and you and all of your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnston, I hear that lunch has arrived. Dr. Williams, we're going to take a very quick lunch break, and then we'll be back to hear our last charter and do our 2 more action items, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And so Prairie Grove is on, but they
Okay.
can.
Just tell them we'll be very quick.
Okay. He gave a thumbs up. He's listening.
Prairie Grove. They're Zooming. Dan, are we ready? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Mr. Johnston, if you will introduce Prairie Grove.
It's Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. Last on today's agenda is Prairie Grove. The district is requesting a renewal for the charter of 5-year period. The campus serves grades 9 through 12, and the charter will continue to follow a traditional education model. Pete Jinks is on via Zoom, and once they're sworn in, he can introduce his team.
Thank you very much. If you are speaking on behalf of Prairie Grove, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We do, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jinks, you may begin.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Kaufman, Dr. Kaufman, I just hope everybody got to chew. Did you get to chew your food?
We inhaled like teachers do.
That's exactly right. Can you hear me okay, ma'am?
Yes, we have a little bit of an echo, but I think we'll make it through.
All right, very good. Well, once I want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to be able to do this reapplication. Sitting to my left is Mr. Jed Davis. He is the current principal at the Prairie Grove High School. We have a short PowerPoint to show you about our progress from where we came and what we're wanting to do. And if you allow me, I'm going to step up to allow you to be able to see that on your screen while he explains some of the slides. Is everybody able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is just some of our basic information along with our mission statement. I included the picture. That's a school store that we had a bunch of different groups. We had our ag department build it. Our business department makes everything inside of it, and we sell that stuff at school. So it's just something neat that our kids do, and they run that store in our school. But you can see our enrollment there and the other basic information. As I go over, these are our goals.
Mr. Jinks, we're only seeing your slide 1. We're not seeing your slides advance.
He needs to put it in percent mode.
Yeah, it looks like it's spinning. It's not advancing yet.
Does that help?
Can you advance to slide 2?
All right. For some reason, we're having issues, so I'm going to do this. Can you see
There we
slide
go.
2 now?
It's there.
Okay. So as I was saying, this is just some of the basic information that you had asked for, but it also, I was just showing a picture of our school store that our kids designed, built, and that they run for us. And then I'm going to start with our next slide. This is our old charter goals. And so we met most of them. Can you still see that?
Yes.
Can you see section 3? Okay. All right. So as you can see, our goal was to meet or exceed the state average in English and in math on the ACT Aspire, and we did reach that goal. Our SMART Goal 3, to increase the average ACT composite, we did not meet this goal. We started with a 21.5 and it went down. And we are slowly making progress back towards it, but we didn't meet that one. And then increase and improve advanced placement scores. We made progress in some of our areas.
such as the percentage of scores 3 or higher, but we didn't in the scores of percentage for scores 5 or higher. So we feel like we've still got some work to do there. And then for our earned industry credentials by 5%, you can see we went down considerably this last year, but a lot of that was due to COVID. We didn't require seniors to be here all day, so they only had to take classes that they needed to graduate. And a lot of our CTE type classes, they already had enough credits. So we hope that that's going to go back up tremendously this year. And then with our increased subpopulation's graduation rate by 2%, you can see it's gone up a little bit, but it didn't increase by 2% like we wanted it to. And so here are some of our new goals that we're putting on for this charter is we want to increase and diversify our CT offerings by 10%. So that's approximately 16 more sections in our schedule, because we want to offer things like the teacher program to hopefully breed some of our own teachers to come back and teach here at Prairie Grove High School. We'd like to do a criminal justice program. We'd like to increase our CNA program. We feel like our nursing program is really good, but we need more sections of it because that's a class that fills up really quickly. And so that's our first 2 goals. We'd also like to increase the amount of kids that are taking CTE classes. And then the other 2 are to increase our graduation rates by 2% for all of our populations and to increase our ACT composite score to 22. Like I said, it's on the rebound. It was 20.9 this past year. So that's our goal for the next few years. And this is something we have put together with the help of our counselors. It's their 4-year high school plan. And it's got a lot of things where they put their job interests and they can keep up with their GPA and their ACT scores to help them, whether they want to go to college or whether they want to go be a welder or an electrician. It helps them stay on track so that they can do that when they graduate. And so you can see here, this is where they put their career choices, where they put their test scores, and they can list all their activities and honors so that if they're making their application to college, they've got it all right there for them. And this is their plan after high school. This is where we want to help them choose. What is it they want to do? And so they've got this access to this all the time, where we feel like we're setting them up for success no matter what avenue they want to take when they graduate.
So numerous of when I looked at our waivers previously, and just as to kind of give you an update, when this original charter was requested, we had a different superintendent and a different principal at the high school. And so we've had a bit of a transition in between those 2 leadership positions, so that we've had to kind of pick up, and then we had COVID year where we didn't have much school on site at all. So right now we're kind of picking things up to where we want them to be at to be able to make a success. And so when we threw our waivers, the ones that most interested us was, first of all, the one that allow us to continue to do apprenticeships and internships outside the school day. If we have students that wish to do apprenticeships or internships in order for high school credit, then sometimes those apprenticeships and internships go outside of the school day, and we're asking for the waiver to be able to allow them to count those times towards the course credit for that internship or apprenticeship. Another waiver is class size. We're a school of roughly about, I would say somewhere around high school about 900 students, 600, sorry, going to 600 students. And so in order to get that 10% increase in the number of sections, it's going to challenge us with the flexibility of our master schedule. So some of those upper level CTE classes are going to, we might have one section of them, which makes it difficult to get all the students that need to be in there enrolled. So we're asking for a waiver to allow us to put more students than 30 in those classes, but not go over 40. And the other thing is that we would never go over the 150 for a teacher for the entire school day. But this would allow us to put more students over the 30 limit
in those upper level CTE classes that kids are wanting to take and not have to have another section of that class during the school day. And then looking ahead, we have a very, as most, as things are going right here, the construction business is pretty strong here. And finding people to be able to teach those skill-based classes is somewhat challenging, especially when they're looking at the private sector where they can get jobs for equal or maybe more money than as a teacher. So what we're asking is that if we've got current licensed teachers that are in our school that are teaching the same standards, but in a different course code, that we're asking that those teachers be allowed to teach a course that's outside of their course code but has the same standards. For example, ag mechanics teaches electricity, plumbing, different skill sets such as that. And then there's independent classes that are course code just with plumbing or electricity. Since they have the same standards, we'd like them to be able to teach both of those type of classes. And the other one is for the internships and apprenticeships, a licensure code of 412 career preparation endorsement is required for a teacher to be able to supervise and be a qualified teacher for those apprenticeships and endorsements to get high school credit. So we're asking that be waived, so allow any of our licensed teachers to be that teacher of record for an apprenticeship or internship to supervise and keep up with those students' experience. New waivers, we wanted to include, we had to put in a waiver during the COVID pandemic about virtual environment and learning. So we just decided to put that in for this one to be able to cover our bases for this, to allow us, if God forbid we have to go back to that, that would already be in our charter to be able to allow students to go virtual outside the school day, outside the school day to be able to get their course credit. And that is the limit of our PowerPoint.
So I'm not seeing your presentation posted on our agenda. Was that submitted?
No, ma'am, it was not. I can send it to you.
Yes, that was expected prior to the meeting. So I think that does need to be sent because during your presentation, it's not advancing. And we can't go to the agenda to pull that up. So
Okay.
if you would go ahead and send that to Tim Johnston, we can get that posted, and he will need that for the state board as well.
Okay.
All right, Ms. James?
My name is Whitney James with the department. Hi, Mr. Jinks.
Hi, ma'am. Nice to see you in person.
Yes, nice to see you. We've talked on the phone and emailed quite a bit. What I'm going to do during the legal review portion is just go over the waivers and anything that is different now from what was on the final legal review. Just ask the school to confirm that that change is what they're asking for. The first waiver on the list is the career and technical education waiver, and they are asking to rescind that. Is that correct?
You speaking to me, ma'am?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Are you speaking to me?
Yes, sir. I'm just asking you to confirm that your school would like to rescind the career or technical education waiver.
Correct.
Okay. And then on planned instructional day, could you please confirm that you want to add the code section 616.102?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I know you were trying to explain, I didn't quite understand what you said, but on your planned instructional day, you're just saying you are providing 6 hours of instruction, or you have more of a modified schedule for some students?
We would have more of a modified schedule for some students. What we're looking at is by the time they're seniors, they wouldn't perhaps have to have as full 6 hours to graduate. sorry, not 6 classes to graduate, but they would have an intern and apprenticeship that can take care of the courses they need to be able to get their course credits to graduate, and then be able to do internships or apprenticeships during the school day and potentially outside of the school day and still get credit for those classes.
You can do all
We
that.
want to be able to accept that time.
I did not have any legal comments as long as we're adding that code section. And the third waiver request is class size and teaching load. And the school is asking to continue that waiver, but we're also going to add the rules governing class size and teaching load to that waiver request in order to make it fully effective. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to 610-102.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a penalty.
610-102. Did I think I put 610-102 on my final legal review, but it was supposed to be 616-102. Mr. Jinks actually caught that and pointed that out to me, so it should be 616-102 that we are.
That's correct.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Baldwin and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I know that he has an appointment that he's going to have to leave to, and we actually had a chance to visit Prairie Grove High School and visit with Mr. Jinks. So before Mr. Baldwin, I know he's getting ready to walk out the door here pretty quick here. I wanted to at least give him the opportunity to give his report before he left.
Okay. I think we're almost ready for him, Ms. James.
Okay.
I mean, we're almost there.
There were not very many waiver requests, which is good. The fourth waiver request was professional development, and the school wants to rescind that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also, you want to rescind the old clock hours standard. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you would like to continue the teacher licensure waiver, but we're going to clarify that you're asking for a waiver of Section 7 of the rules, and we're going to add the following code sections, and I'll be quick. 615-1004, 617-309, 617-401, 617-902, 617-908, 617-919, 617-807, and 617-2401 at SEC. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then there's one additional waiver request, and that is attendance. Now, I don't have any legal comments on that.
All right.
That's all that I have.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Baldwin, you want to give us your comments from your visit?
Yes, thank you. So, and thank you, Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams and I did go out for school system.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Thank you. How about that? Yes, I was saying that Dr. Williams and I did go out to the Prairie Grove school system. We had a great visit and saw some fantastic programs. The CNA program was strong. Lots of young people, and they were learning about medical profession. And then the technical program also was good and very appropriate to the area of Prairie Grove, and I think responsive to the industry needs there. So I do have to step out. I apologize to the committee for that, to the panel, and but I do support this and have voted for it in my voting sheet.
Thank you. And Dr. Wright McMurray, do you need to leave as well? Okay. Do you want to make a few comments or ask any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I got a chance to look over the application, and from the presentation, any questions I had have been answered from that. Appreciate the work that they've done thus far for their students and having some good outcomes. And as you're continuing to grow your CTE offerings, I just encourage you to reach out to the Division of Career Technical Education for that support with teachers and curriculum and any other financial opportunities that are there.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Williams, questions or comments?
Oh, I was just going, yes. Just a quick comment on the visit out there. You know, having a chance to get into schools and taking a look at what's going on in schools and knowing the community. Prairie Grove High School to me is meeting the needs of the community. Also, I had a chance to learn how to remove gluten from flour from the food science teacher too, which I didn't know that was even possible. You know, I just thought it was flour. So, but anyway. But overall, just the CTE program I felt was just the right things for that community and what's going on there. I see that they're kind of transitioning. I'll make this quick. Transitioning from more of a rural agricultural aspect of life to industry is coming in, construction is moving into the area, and I see what this Prairie Grove High School is trying to make that adjustment in what they're offering from a CTE standpoint. So I think it was a great fit for the community.
Thank you.
Dr. Flowers?
No comments. Thank you for your presentation.
Ms. Saraceni?
It's a great presentation, and other than that, just keep doing what you're doing.
All right. Just one quick clarification on your attendance waiver. You will be collecting attendance. You're just going to do it a little bit differently, but you'll still be reporting. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Any additional questions or clarifications? I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Mr. Baldwin to approve the charter renewal of Prairie Grove High School for a period of 5 years with the waivers as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will read yours out loud, and then we appreciate y'all being here. Sorry for the delay.
Perfect understanding.
All right. Let me go back and find it. Prairie Grove High School. So Mr. Baldwin said, I vote for to approve the motion that educational programs are appropriate for the Prairie Grove area. Dr. Wright McMurray said, I support the motion to approve Prairie Grove's charter renewal. They've provided strong offerings of general and CTE education for their students. I encourage their leadership to work with the Division of Career and Technical Education as they expand their offerings. Dr. Williams?
I support the motion. The education programs are a great fit for the community. Also, the advanced placement scores are good. I wanted to say more than that, but that's good.
Thank you. Ms. Saraceni?
Support the motion for renewal of the Prairie Grove High School. Continue to provide opportunities to your students so that they are prepared to enter the workforce.
And Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve the renewal for 5 years for Prairie Grove High School. I'm excited to hear about your continued efforts to engage your students as well as meet the needs of your community.
All right. Dr. Flowers, if you'll go back, I think you're on the household tab. All right, Mr. Jinks, congratulations, and Mr. Johnston will be, did he leave me? All right, you can reach out to him and ensure we get that PowerPoint presentation. All right, we are down to our last item to discuss calendar. Mr. Johnston.
Yes, ma'am. So I've attached 2 documents to the agenda. One is the, I lost that document, it was open. Give me just a second to pull that back up. I would actually request to make 2 changes. as soon as, I apologize, let me get this, I lost my document. Okay. I do not have any changes to request for the actual calendar. We just follow the same schedule as we have this year and the previous years. So the Charter Authorizing Panel would meet on Tuesday on one-day meetings and Tuesday and Wednesday on two-day meetings following the week of the state board meetings. The two changes that I would like to make are on the other document, which is the charter school application timeline. Ms. James pointed out to me, I updated the existing timeline that we used this year, but on the open enrollment applications, the mandatory applicant workshop was scheduled during the state spring break of in March. So in the updated, I would like to just change that. Their first draft is not due till June 1st, so there's plenty of time there. So I wanted to change the open enrollment application workshop to April 13th. And then on the district conversion application, just because since I moved up the workshop for the open enrollment, district conversion applications are not due initially till July 1. So I wanted to move the workshop date to May 4th, which would still give them 6+ weeks.
Panel discussion, anyone? Or are you agreeable to that? You don't like those dates? You're fine with them? All right. Any other recommended changes?
No, ma'am. Those were the only ones that.
Then I'll accept a motion to approve the revisions as discussed.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Ms. Saraceni to approve the Charter Authorizing Panel calendar and timeline with the revisions discussed today.
I will update the two dates that you've approved, and I will send the Charter Authorizing Panel updated copies, and then I'll also get these posted on the website.
And thank you. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Yes,
I will.
Matthew will.
All right.
He'll do. He can do calendar invites.
Was that just puts it on our calendar way out and now everyone knows
Day is blocked.
that is blocked, yes.
All right. Dr. Williams, we just cannot say again how much we've appreciated you, valued you, and if you ever decide you'd like to come back to the charter panel, we are happy to make a plea to Secretary Key to reinstate you. So all you have to do is let one of us know.
Well, thank you. I would like to say this too, Madam Chairman. You have been one of the best chairmen to have on this committee. I think I could say without a doubt the most knowledgeable of this process. And that has proved to be very beneficial to the schools that come before us. So thank you for the job that you've done. And Dr. Flowers and the others, I appreciate serving with you.
We appreciate you. Would you like to make a motion, Dr. Williams, to adjourn?
I moved to adjourn. Thank you.
We have a second? Motion to adjourn is approved. Thank you all.
Thank you.